In Part 1, we dove into the chaos of Japan's Sengoku period, a time when the land was divided by endless battles and powerful warlords. Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu emerged as the giants who would eventually bring unity to this fractured nation. But with their rise, the samurai's role in the world began to shift. The battlefield was changing, and so were the rules. Now let's start Part 2. By the late 1500s, Japan had drifted into the Sengoku Jedi, the Warring States period, where no ruler held true control, and samurai warlords battled endlessly for supremacy. As the nights grew longer with uncertainty, the people of Japan awaited a leader strong enough to bring an end to the strife. The age of elegant courtly politics had faded, replaced by a time of battle, ambition, and relentless struggle. The country had become a storm-tossed sea, searching for the stillness of dawn. And soon, three remarkable figures, Oda Nobunaga, Toyoto, Mihiyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu, would rise from the chaos to forge a new era. But before peace could be restored, Japan would have to endure its most turbulent dreams of war. The Sengoku Jidai 1467–600 was a time when Japan existed in a state of endless night. A restless dream filled with the sounds of clashing swords and the distant echoes of battle drums. The Ashikaga shogunate had lost control, leaving the land divided among powerful daimyo, each ruling their own domain like kings of miniature kingdoms. Castles rose across the landscape, fortified strongholds where warlords plotted their next move, their sleepless ambition keeping Japan in a cycle of bloodshed. Alliances were made and broken like fleeting dreams, with battles erupting across the country in an endless struggle for supremacy. The once rigid feudal order dissolved into chaos as samurai pledged their loyalty not to a shogun or emperor, but to those who could promise them land, power, or survival. But even in the darkest of nights, there is always the promise of dawn. From the turmoil of war, three figures emerged who would change the course of Japanese history: Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu. Each would play a role in bringing an end to the anarchy, shaping the future of Japan with their ambition, strategy, and sheer force of will. The first of these men, Oda Nobunaga, was unlike any warlord before him, ruthless, innovative, and determined to unite Japan at any cost. He introduced new military tactics that shattered traditional samurai warfare. He embraced firearms, reorganized his armies for greater mobility, and crushed opposition with swift, merciless force. His victories over rival daimyo, including the powerful T-clan at the Battle of Nagashino in 1575, cemented his dominance. Yet Nobunaga's dream of unification was cut short in 1582, when he was betrayed by one of his own generals and forced to take his own life. The mantle of leadership then passed to Toyotomi Hideyoshi, Nobunaga's brilliant general who had risen from humble beginnings. Hideyoshi completed what Nobunaga had started, bringing all of Japan under his control by 1590. He implemented sweeping reforms to ensure stability, disarming peasants to prevent uprisings and restructuring the feudal system so that only samurai could bear arms. His leadership brought a brief moment of peace, a lull in the storm, yet his ambitions stretched beyond Japan. In 1592 and 1597, he launched massive invasions of Korea, hoping to conquer China as well. These campaigns ended in disaster, draining Japan's resources and weakening the fragile unity Hideyoshi had built. When he died in 1598, his generals turned on one another, plunging the nation into conflict once more. The final act of unification fell to Tokugawa Ieyasu, a patient and calculating leader who abided his time while others fought for dominance. In 1600, at the Battle of Sekigahara, the largest and most decisive conflict in samurai history, Ieyasu crushed his enemies and seized control of Japan. 3 years later, in 6003, he established the Tokugawa shogunate, ushering in an era of stability that would last for over 250 years. The long and violent night of the Sengoku period had come to an end, and Japan could finally rest. But peace would come with a price. The Tokugawa shoguns would impose strict control over society, isolating Japan from the outside world and enforcing a rigid social order. The samurai, who had once fought for honor and ambition, would find themselves in a different world, where the battlefield was replaced by politics and swords were more for display than war. As the country drifted into a new age of order, the samurai would have to adapt or fade into history like a forgotten dream. For now, though, the land could finally breathe, wrapped in the quiet embrace of a newfound peace. With Tokugawa Ieyasu's victory at Sekigahara in 600 and his formal appointment as shogun in 6003, Japan entered a new era of stability, one that would last for more than 250 years. After centuries of chaos, the land could finally sleep. But this peace came at a cost. The Tokugawa shogun established a system so controlled, so rigid, that it locked the entire country into a state of stillness, like a dream where time no longer moved forward. Ieyasu and his descendants implemented strict policies to prevent any future wars, ensuring that power remained in the hands of the Tokugawa family. The Bakuhan system divided governance between the central shogunate and the regional daimyo, but all power ultimately rested in Edo, modern-day Tokyo, where the shogunate ruled with an iron grip. To prevent rebellions, the shogunate imposed sanking, kotai, a policy that forced all daimyo to spend every other year in a daito while their families remained there as hostages. This ensured that no warlord could gather enough strength to challenge Tokugawa rule. Samurai, once fierce warriors who had lived and died by the sword, found themselves trapped in an existence of bureaucratic duty. Their blades more symbols of rank than tools of war. The class system was strictly enforced. At the top were the samurai, followed by peasants, artisans, and merchants at the bottom. No one could change their place in society. The structure was unshakable like the walls of Edo Castle itself. One of the most defining aspects of the Tokugawa era was Sukoku, Japan's policy of complete isolation. In 1639, the shogunate banned nearly all foreign contact, allowing trade only through the Dutch and Chinese at the artificial island of Dejima in Nagasaki. Christianity was outlawed, Western books were burned, and any Japanese caught trying to leave the country faced execution. This isolation sealed Japan in a world of its own, a self-contained dream where time seemed frozen. Yet within these constraints, a unique culture flourished. Cities like Edato, Kyoto, and Osaka became centers of art, literature, and entertainment. The rise of kabuki theater and ukiyo woodblock prints captured the spirit of the era, depicting scenes of pleasure districts, bustling markets, and legendary warriors of the past. The tea ceremony, once a samurai ritual, became a refined art form, offering a rare moment of stillness in an increasingly structured world. Despite this cultural blossoming, the cracks in the system slowly began to show. The samurai class, once noble warriors, struggled under economic strain as their stipends remained fixed while merchant wealth grew. The once lowly merchants, despite their social status, accumulated great fortunes, funding theaters, art, and literature. With no wars to fight, many samurai fell into debt, forced to marry into merchant families or take up menial bureaucratic work to survive. Meanwhile, the peasantry, burdened with heavy taxes, faced famine and unrest. Though the Tokugawa rule was firm, beneath its surface, dissatisfaction simmered like a restless sleeper waiting to wake. By the mid-9th century, foreign ships began appearing on Japan's shores, their presence an omen of change. The stillness of the Edo period could not last forever. Like the dawn breaking after a long and dream-filled night, a new era was approaching, one that would shake Japan from its slumber and thrust it into the modern world. For more than 250 years, Japan existed in a state of carefully maintained stillness, as if wrapped in an unbroken dream. The Tokugawa shogunate had built a fortress of peace, isolating the country from foreign influence and keeping strict order within its borders. But no dream lasts forever. By the mid-9th century, change loomed on the horizon as black ships appeared in Japanese waters, ominous and foreign, like shadows breaking through the quiet of night. These were the vessels of Commodore Matthew Perry, an American naval officer, who arrived in 1853 with demands that Japan open its ports to trade. The shogunate, so accustomed to control, found itself powerless against the superior firepower and technology of the Western world. The illusion of stability began to crack. In 1854, under pressure from Perry's fleet, the shogunate signed the Treaty of Kanagawa, officially ending Japan's policy of sakoku. For the first time in over 2 centuries, foreign influence poured in, bringing modern weapons, new technologies, and unfamiliar ideas. Japan's people, once lulled into the predictability of Tokugawa rule, suddenly found themselves in an unfamiliar landscape. Western-style clothing and steamships appeared in the harbors. Telegraphs and railways disrupted the old rhythms of life. The samurai, once the unquestioned rulers of the land, now found themselves staring into an uncertain future, their way of life becoming obsolete. The cracks turned into fractures as discontent spread across the nation. The shogunate's inability to resist foreign pressure angered many, including powerful daimyo and young samurai who longed for a return to Japan's former strength. 2 factions emerged, those who wished to reform the shogunate and those who sought to restore the emperor as the true ruler. The conflict escalated into the Boshin War, 1868 to 1869, a final struggle between the forces of the Tokugawa and the imperial loyalists. At the Battle of Tobushimi, the modernized imperial army, armed with rifles and Western artillery, overwhelmed the traditional samurai warriors, proving that the age of the sword had come to an end. In 1868, the victorious imperial forces declared the Meiji Restoration, and with it, the fall of the Tokugawa shogunate. The emperor was reinstated as the central figure of government, but this was no return to the past. Japan rapidly modernized, adopting Western-style governance, industry, and military tactics. In 1876, one of the final blows came. A law banning samurai from carrying swords in public, a symbol of their fading status. Many warriors, unable to accept a life without battle, joined uprisings against the government, the most famous being the Satsuma Rebellion of 1877 led by Saigo Takamura, one of the last true samurai. But the rebellion was crushed by the imperial army, armed with Gatling guns and modern rifles, and with it, the last flicker of the samurai era was extinguished. Though the samurai as a warrior class had disappeared, their spirit remained woven into Japan's identity. Bushido, the samurai code of honor and discipline, influenced Japan's military and cultural values well into the 20th century. Their legacy lived on in literature, cinema, and philosophy, a reminder of a time when honor was currency and the sword was law. The great warriors who once shaped Japan had become legends. Their names whispered in history, much like distant echoes of a dream that fades with the morning light. This concludes tonight's journey through the rise and fall of the samurai. But there are more stories to come. The mythological birth of Japan, from the gods to the first emperors. Before the first samurai drew their blades and before the great shoguns ruled from their castles, Japan was a land of mystery, its origins veiled in legend. The story of Japan's creation begins not with humans, but with gods, the kami, divine spirits who shape the very essence of the islands. According to the Kojuki and Nihon Shoki, the oldest chronicles of Japan, two celestial beings, Izanagi and Izanami, stood upon the floating bridge of heaven, gazing down at a formless world. They dipped a jeweled spear into the sea, and as the droplets fell, they solidified into land. Thus, the Japanese archipelago was born. The gods descended, walking upon their creation, bringing forth mountains, rivers, and forests. Yet their divine union was not without sorrow. In giving birth to the fire god, Izanami perished, descending into the underworld, leaving Izanagi stricken with grief. His journey to reclaim her ended in horror as he fled from the decayed form of his beloved, purifying himself in a sacred river. From this act of purification emerged three powerful deities: Amaterasu, the sun goddess; Tsukuyomi, the moon god; and Susanoo, the storm god, the very forces that would shape Japan's destiny. Amaterasu, radiant and benevolent, was entrusted with the heavens, while her brother Susanoo, wild and uncontrollable, was cast down to earth. In a fateful moment, their rivalry erupted into chaos. Suzani, in a fit of rage, stormed through the celestial plains, destroying Amaterasu's rice fields, hurling filth into her palace, and causing devastation wherever he walked. Unable to bear the destruction, Amaterasu retreated into a cave, plunging the world into darkness. The other gods, desperate to restore light, devised a clever plan. They placed a mirror outside the cave, and as Amaterasu peeked out, drawn by curiosity, they pulled her into the open, bringing light back to the world. This event would forever symbolize the divine right of the Yamato rulers, who traced their lineage directly to the sun goddess herself. From the union of gods and mortals came Ninigi no Nomikoto, Amaterasu's grandson, who was sent to rule the land of Japan. He descended from the heavens carrying the three sacred treasures, the mirror, the sword, and the jewel, symbols of imperial authority that would be passed down through generations. His lineage led to Emperor Jimmu, the legendary first emperor of Japan, who, guided by divine spirits, waged war against rival tribes and established the imperial throne in 660 BCE. Though historical evidence for Jimmu remains elusive, his legacy endures. His name enshrined in myth, his reign marking the beginning of a dynasty that still exists today. While the myths of Japan's creation provided a divine foundation, the reality was far more complex. The archipelago was home to early human settlers long before the first emperors emerged. The German people, hunter-gatherers who lived in pit dwellings and created intricate pottery, thrived for thousands of years, their way of life shaped by the land's untamed beauty. But as the centuries passed, a new wave of migrants arrived. The Yayoi people, bringing agriculture, metalwork, and social hierarchy. Their arrival marked a turning point as small tribal groups evolved into structured communities, laying the groundwork for the powerful clans that would one day shape Japan's destiny. Thus, the origins of Japan exist in two worlds, the realm of gods and the realm of men. One speaks of divine will, celestial battles, and the blessings of Amaterasu. The other tells of migration, adaptation, and the forging of society, both intertwined to form the foundation of Japan's history. Where mythology and reality stand side by side, their echo still felt in the rituals, shrines, and traditions of the modern nation, the role of Shinto, and the worship of the ki. In the earliest days of Japan's history, long before the samurai and shoguns, the land was shaped not just by rulers, but by the unseen forces of the kami, the spirits and deities that resided in every aspect of nature. Shinto, Japan's indigenous belief system, was not a structured religion with sacred texts and doctrines. Rather, it was an intricate tapestry of myths, rituals, and spiritual connections between the people and the natural world. Unlike the faiths of the West, Shinto had no singular founder or strict commandments. Instead, it was an evolving tradition woven into the daily lives of the Japanese people. Every mountain, river, tree, and shrine was believed to house a kami, and maintaining harmony with these spirits was essential for both individual well-being and the prosperity of the land. The imperial family, tracing its lineage to Amaterasu, used Shinto mythology to justify its divine ruler, enforcing the idea that Japan itself was a sacred land. The emperor was not merely a political leader, but a living bridge between the gods and humanity, performing rituals to maintain spiritual balance. Throughout the Yamato period and beyond, elaborate ceremonies were held at the East Grand Shrine, the most sacred site dedicated to Amaterasu, where only the highest members of the imperial line could serve as priestesses. These rituals were believed to ensure bountiful harvests, military victories, and protection from disasters. Over time, this divine connection was institutionalized, shaping the way Japan's government functioned. Political power was not only a matter of might, but also of spiritual legitimacy. Shinto beliefs also influenced the structure of Japan's early legal and moral codes. Laws were often intertwined with religious purity, and violations of harmony, be it crimes, natural disasters, or even personal misfortunes, were seen as disturbances in the spiritual balance. Priests and shrine maidens played an essential role in cleansing individuals of misfortune through purification rites known as misugi. Ritual washing in rivers or at sacred waterfalls meant to purify both body and spirit. Festivals called matsuri were held throughout the year to honor the kami, ensuring their continued favor and protection. These festivals, filled with music, dance, and processions, were not just religious gatherings, but also central social events that united communities under shared spiritual traditions. Beyond the imperial court, local clans and villages had their own kami. Unique to their land and lineage, these local deities were believed to protect the crops, guide warriors into battle, and watch over the homes of their followers. Some kami were benevolent, offering blessings of health and fortune, while others were vengeful spirits, requiring offerings and careful rituals to prevent their wrath. The concept of tsukumi objects that after 100 red years gained spirits of their own was rooted in the belief that the unseen world was constantly interacting with human life. Farmers prayed to Inari, the kami of rice and fertility, often represented by foxes, while warriors sought favor from Hachiman, the calm of war and divine protector of Japan. As Buddhism arrived from China and Korea in the 6th century, it did not replace Shinto, but rather merged with it, forming the unique syncretic religious identity that would define Japan for centuries. Buddhist temples were built next to Shinto. Shrines and many kami were identified as manifestations of Buddhist deities, ensuring that the new religion did not erase Japan's indigenous traditions, but instead intertwined with them. This seamless blending of spiritual practices reflected the deep-rooted belief that all forces, gods, spirits, ancestors, and natural elements were interconnected in an ever-flowing cycle. Shinto was not merely a religion, it was a way of life shaping everything from governance to warfare, from agriculture to art. It provided the framework through which Japan's early leaders justified their rule, the means by which communities found unity, and the spiritual force that connected the people to their land. Even in modern Japan, where Shinto no longer dictates the laws of the land, its echoes remain in the towering torii gates that stand at shrine entrances, in the festivals that still mark the changing seasons, and in the quiet reverence for nature that lingers in the heart of the nation. Sacred sites, rituals, and the power of purification. In ancient Japan, where the natural world and the spiritual world intertwined, sacred sites were more than places of worship. They were living connections between humans and the kami. The most revered among them was the Izigran shrine, dedicated to Amaterasu, the sun goddess and divine ancestor of Japan's emperors. Nestled deep in the forests of Mie Prefecture, the shrine was rebuilt every 20 years in a centuries-old tradition, symbolizing renewal and the impermanence of all things. Only the imperial family and the highest-ranking priests were permitted to conduct rituals within its sacred grounds, ensuring that the emperor's divine link to the gods remained unbroken. Other major shrines, such as Izumo Tisha, dedicated to the storm god Okunushi, and Fushimi Inari Tisha, home to the fox spirits of Inari, became centers of devotion, pilgrimage, and seasonal festivals that shaped the rhythm of life across Japan. At the heart of Shinto practice was the idea of purification, the belief that humans accumulated spiritual impurities through daily life and interaction with the physical world. To cleanse themselves, individuals performed misogi, ritual washing, in rivers, waterfalls, or the sea. Warriors before battle would stand beneath rushing water, clearing their minds and bodies of impurity, believing that a cleansed spirit would ensure victory. In everyday life, purification took place through teisuya, stone basins found at the entrances of shrines where worshippers would rinse their hands and mouths before praying. This act was not simply about physical cleanliness, but about restoring spiritual harmony, aligning oneself with the natural flow of energy that bound all things together. Beyond personal purification, entire communities participated in grand rituals to appease the kami, and ensure their continued blessings. Shinto priests dressed in flowing white robes performed ceremonies filled with ancient chants, rhythmic drumming and offerings of rice, sake, and salt. Kagura, a sacred form of dance, was performed to entertain the kami and invite their presence. During times of drought, priests led processions to summon rain. During harvest festivals, people gathered to give thanks for the rice that sustained them. These seasonal rituals became the heartbeat of Japan's agricultural society, marking the passage of time through sacred observances. Perhaps one of the most enduring traditions was the Shikin Senyu, the complete rebuilding of major shrines like Grand Shrine. Every 20 years, the entire complex was reconstructed using carefully chosen cypress wood, following the exact design of the previous structure. This practice, dating back over 1,300 years, reflected the Shinto belief in impermanence and renewal. The idea that nothing is permanent, yet through careful preservation, continuity can be maintained. The wood from the old shrine was repurposed in smaller shrines across Japan, ensuring that the divine essence remained within the land. Among the most feared spiritual disturbances were yokai and vengeful spirits believed to emerge when proper rituals were not observed or when great injustices were left unresolved. The restless spirits of fallen warriors, betrayed lovers, or those who died with strong, lingering emotions could transform into enryo, ghosts capable of cursing entire regions. To prevent such supernatural turmoil, elaborate exorcism rituals were conducted by priests to pacify these spirits and restore balance. Stories of these vengeful beings spread across Japan, reminding people of the importance of living in harmony with both the seen and unseen worlds. From the towering torii gates marking the entrance to sacred grounds to the whispering forests where the kami were said to reside, the rituals and traditions of Shinto define the spiritual landscape of Japan. Though centuries have passed, these sacred practices remain deeply embedded in Japanese culture, a quiet undercurrent in daily life, guiding festivals, ceremonies, and moments of quiet reverence. Whether through the flickering of lanterns at a shrine, the ringing of a bell before a prayer, or the flowing waters of purification, the ancient connection between humans and the divine endures like a dream carried through time. The divine mandate, how mythology shaped Japan's rulers and warriors. In the world of ancient Japan, power was not simply taken. It was bestowed by the kami. The legitimacy of rulers was tied to their divine ancestry, their right to govern reinforced by sacred myths and Shinto traditions. Unlike in feudal Europe, where kings ruled by conquest or noble bloodlines alone, Japan's emperors claimed their authority through a spiritual mandate, a divine connection stretching back to Amaterasu, the sun goddess. This belief in divine rule set Japan apart, creating an imperial lineage that has endured for more than 2,600 years. The Yamato rulers, who emerged as Japan's dominant clan in the 4th century CE, carefully cultivated their link to the gods by declaring themselves descendants of Amaterasu. They positioned themselves as the rightful rulers of the land, their sovereignty, not just a political claim, but a sacred duty. This divine lineage was reinforced through elaborate Shinto rituals at the imperial court, ensuring that each emperor was seen not only as a mortal ruler, but as a living conduit between the human world and the celestial realm. Even as military governments later seized control, the emperor remained a spiritual figurehead, his authority unbroken by time. But the imperial family was not the only class to draw strength from the divine. Samurai warriors, whose rise in the Han and Kamakura periods reshaped Japan's social order, also found their legitimacy through mythology. Many powerful samurai clans traced their lineage to legendary gods or heroes, using these connections to justify their rule over provinces and armies. The Minamoto clan, for example, claimed descent from Emperor Seiwa, reinforcing their authority as rightful military leaders. Others, such as the Taira and Hojo, aligned themselves with powerful kami like Hachiman, the god of war, whose favor was believed to grant victory in battle. Before heading into war, samurai would visit shrines, undergo purification rituals, and offer prayers to their ancestral deities. believing that divine protection could mean the difference between life and death. This sacred connection between warriors and gods was embodied in the concept of Bushido, the way of the warrior. More than just a code of conduct, Bushido was rooted in Shinto and Buddhist philosophy, emphasizing loyalty, duty, and spiritual discipline. A samurai was expected to live with honor and purity, maintaining an unshakable spirit, much like the stillness of a shrine. Ritual suicide, seppuku, was considered an act of purification, a way to cleanse one's dishonor and restore balance to the world. The spiritual nature of the samurai ethos transformed warfare into something more than a struggle for land and power. It became a test of divine will, where victory was seen as a sign of celestial favor. Shinto mythology also shaped the way warlords justified their conquests. In the Sengoku period, 1467 to 600, when Japan was fractured by civil war leaders like Oda, Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu used divine imagery to solidify their rule. Nobunaga in particular saw himself as a force of destiny, invoking the idea that he was chosen to bring order to a chaotic world. Hideyoshi, though born a peasant, carefully crafted an image of divine favor, associating himself with the sun and even constructing grand temples to cement his legacy. Tokugawa Ieyasu, the most patient of the three, aligned himself with the ancestral spirits of the Minamoto clan, ensuring that his shogunate was seen not just as a political institution, but as the rightful continuation of Japan's divine rule. Even as modernity swept through Japan, the belief in divine legitimacy never truly faded. During the Meiji Restoration in 1868, when Japan sought to modernize while preserving its traditions, the emperor's divine status was re-emphasized to unify the nation. The idea that Japan was a sacred land chosen by the gods remained deeply ingrained in the national identity, shaping everything from politics to the arts. Thus, mythology was not simply a collection of ancient stories. It was a foundation of power, a force that shaped Japan's rulers, warriors, and vision of itself as a nation. Whether through the sun goddess's blessings upon the imperial family or the war gods guiding samurai into battle, the echoes of these beliefs carried through the ages, weaving the past into the present like an unbroken thread in the fabric of time. The symbolism of nature, mountains, rivers, and the sacred landscape. In ancient Japan, the land itself was alive with spiritual significance. Every mountain peak, flowing river, and dense forest was believed to house the spirits of the kami, divine forces that shaped the world and guided human destiny. Unlike in other civilizations where deities ruled from distant heavens, Japan's gods lived within the earth, woven into the very fabric of the natural landscape. To the people of early Japan, the land was not just a resource, that was sacred, a place where the divine and mortal worlds intertwined. Among the most revered places in Japan were its mountains. Towering above the land, they were seen as bridges between the heavens and the human world, where gods descended and spirits dwelled. None was more sacred than Mount Fuji, the iconic volcano that became a symbol of purity, beauty, and spiritual enlightenment. Legends tell of Fuji as the dwelling place of Konohana Sakuya, the goddess of blossoming trees, whose fleeting beauty mirrored the delicate and transient nature of life. For centuries, monks and pilgrims ascended its slopes in search of divine wisdom, believing that reaching its summit brought them closer to the gods. Other mountains, such as Mount He and Mount Koya, became centers of religious devotion, home to Buddhist temples and Shinto shrines that further deepened their spiritual aura. Rivers and waterfalls also held profound spiritual importance. Flowing, water was seen as a force of purification, a means of washing away physical and spiritual impurities. Ancient purification rituals known as misogi were often performed in cold rivers or beneath waterfalls, where monks, warriors, and common people alike cleansed themselves before engaging in religious ceremonies or battle. One of the most famous sacred waterfalls was Nachi Falls, where Shinto priests conducted elaborate rituals to honor the water spirits. The belief in the purifying power of water remains embedded in Japanese culture to this day, reflected in the practice of chusa at shrine entrances, where visitors rinse their hands and mouths before offering prayers. Forests were considered the hidden sanctuaries of the kami, dense and untouched groves where spirits roamed freely. Certain trees were believed to be yorushiro objects, capable of housing deities marked with sacred ropes known as shimenawa to signify their divine presence. The ancient cryptoria trees of Togakushi Shrine in Nagano, some standing for over 1,000 years, were said to be infused with the spirits of the past. These sacred forests were not places to be disturbed, and, even today, Japan maintains a deep respect for nature, preserving these ancient woodlands as places of spiritual retreat and meditation. Beyond individual landmarks, the natural cycles of the seasons were deeply tied to religious observances. The blooming of cherry blossoms in spring was celebrated with hanami, a festival that honored the fleeting beauty of life, while the arrival of autumn brought solemn reflections on impermanence. Rice, Japan's most sacred crop, was planted and harvested in accordance with seasonal rituals dedicated to Inari, the kami of agriculture. The connection between people and the land was not just practical but deeply spiritual, as every shift in the natural world was seen as an expression of the god's will. Even the wind was believed to carry divine influence. The legendary kamikaze, or divine wind that twice repelled Mongol invasions in the 13th century, was seen as a direct intervention from the kami protecting Japan from foreign conquest. This reinforced the belief that Japan was a chosen land shielded by the gods themselves, an idea that would persist throughout history. The landscape of Japan was not merely terrain. It was a living, breathing entity infused with the spirit of the divine. Whether through the towering presence of sacred mountains, the cleansing waters of flowing rivers, or the whispering groves of ancient forests, the natural world remained an ever-present force in the spiritual lives of the Japanese people. This reverence for nature continues even today. The shrines and temples remain nestled in the quiet embrace of mountains, rivers and trees, remind us of a time when the world itself was seen as sacred. The eternal influence of mythology. How ancient beliefs shape Japan is today. Though centuries have passed since the first emperors claimed divine ancestry and the first warriors sought the favor of the kami, the echoes of Japan's mythological past continue to shape its culture, traditions, and national identity. The stories of Izanagi and Iyanami Amaterasu and Susanoo are not simply relics of ancient belief. They remain woven into the daily lives of the Japanese people, influencing everything from spiritual practices to modern governance. Even in an era of technological advancement, Shinto rituals persist. Torii gates still stand as silent guardians of the sacred, and the belief in unseen forces continues to influence Japan's cultural landscape. One of the most striking ways mythology endures is through the imperial family. Despite the fall of shogunates, military governments, and the rise of democracy, the Japanese emperor still holds a unique position as a symbol of national unity. Though his political power has faded, his role as the spiritual descendant of Amaterasu remains a fundamental aspect of Japanese identity. Even modern enthronement ceremonies involve ancient Shinto rites, where the emperor offers prayers to the kami and affirms his role as a divine mediator between the gods and the people. The continuity of the imperial line from the legendary Emperor Jimmu to the present day reinforces the idea that Japan itself is a sacred land chosen by the gods. Beyond the imperial family, Shinto practices remain deeply embedded in Japanese society. Festivals celebrating the kami, known as Matsuri, continue to draw millions of participants each year. During New Year's celebrations, Hatsumode, people visit Shinto shrines to pray for good fortune, tossing coins into offering boxes and purchasing protective talismans. The Obon festival, dedicated to honoring the spirits of ancestors, mirrors the ancient belief that the dead never truly leave, but instead watch over their descendants. These customs have endured for over 1,000 years, adapting to modern life while maintaining their spiritual significance. The belief in supernatural Forces also thrives in Japan's folklore and popular culture. The presence of yokai, spirits and creatures of myth, remains strong in art, literature, and entertainment. From the mischievous kitsune, fox spirits, to the vengeful enryo, ghosts, these beings still inspire countless films, novels, and anime. Even technological advancements have not diminished the influence of mythology. Modern video games, films, and books frequently draw upon ancient legends, ensuring that the tales of Japan's mythic past continue to captivate new generations. Japan's deep reverence for nature and purification rituals is also a direct inheritance from its mythological roots. The custom of cleansing oneself before entering sacred spaces persists not just in shrines but in everyday life. Whether through bathing culture in onsen hot springs or the symbolic washing of hands before meals, the idea that nature is sacred continues to influence conservation efforts reflected in carefully preserved forests around shrines and the nation's commitment to protecting natural landscapes. Even Japan's approach to urban design maintains a sense of harmony with the environment, with traditional Zen gardens and temple grounds serving as places of quiet reflection amidst modern cityscapes. Perhaps most importantly, the spirit of Japan's mythology lives on in its people. The deep-seated sense of honor, perseverance, and connection to the past. The philosophy of mono-no-aware, the appreciation of impermanence, stems from Shinto and Buddhist influences, reminding people to embrace the fleeting beauty of life. The respect for ancestral wisdom and the idea of duty to one's community reflect values passed down from ancient times, shaping everything from family traditions to workplace ethics. Even as the world changes, the myths of Japan remain, flowing through the nation like an unseen current, shaping its identity in ways both subtle and profound. The spirits of the past are never far, still honored in whispered prayers at shrines, still present in the towering trees of sacred groves, still guiding the land and its people as they have for millennia. This concludes tonight's journey into Japan's divine origins. William Tecumseh Sherman was born on February 8, 1820 in Lancaster, Ohio, a frontier town on the verge of tremendous development. His mother dubbed him KM, and he displayed a restless spirit from a young age, foreshadowing the vast influence he would one day wield on the nation's battlefields. Although his father, Charles Robert Sherman, was a respected Ohio Supreme Court judge, the family struggled financially. Then tragedy came when Sherman was 9 years old. His father died abruptly, leaving behind a poor household. The boy's future, while uncertain, found a guiding influence in the form of his father's close friend, Thomas Ewing, who welcomed him into his own lively home. Growing up in the Ewing household exposed Sherman to a more privileged society, but it was not carefree. Ewing was politically connected, having worked in government positions that exposed Sherman to the complexity of national policy and political squabbling. Something about those encounters prepared him to see the country as a web of dynamic forces, law, commerce, and ambition interacting in ways that altered entire neighborhoods. Despite his academic abilities, he was never a standout student in the traditional sense. His true aptitude was in observation and the ability to translate what he saw into strategic insights. Sherman absorbed the action with an intensity that occasionally surprised others. Whether it was a local election or a heated dinner table dispute, Sherman was 16 when he received a coveted invitation to the United States Military Academy at West Point, thanks in part to Ewing's political clout. When he arrived at West Point in 1836, he discovered that the regiment was both difficult and stimulating. Mathematics, engineering, and tactics dominated the curriculum, combining practical skills with theoretical knowledge. Although he did not excel academically, he graduated 6th in his class. He was known for being clever, pragmatic, and unromantic about his military service. Classmates noticed his frank demeanor, which would become a defining feature of his personality throughout his career. Sherman enlisted in the Army as a second lieutenant in the 3rd U.S. Artillery after graduating in 1840. He served in many outposts from Florida to the distant frontiers, dealing with the problems of a rising nation. The Florida job embroiled him in the Seal Wars, a brutal milieu of swamp warfare and uncertain goals. Sherman quietly recorded the lessons. Combat was chaotic, objectives shifted quickly, and success required a combination of planning and sheer tenacity. He also developed a dislike for half-hearted confrontations, believing that if a battle was unavoidable, it must be pursued with utmost determination. Despite periodic promotions and the allure of new assignments, Sherman never felt completely at ease in the peacetime army. Bureaucratic red tape, restricted chances for growth, and a desire for new experiences gnawed at him. His restlessness prompted him to quit from the army in 1853. In the decade that followed, he dabbled in various endeavors, including banking in San Francisco, law practice, and company management in New York. Each position deepened his understanding of the fundamental principles of American business, the importance of risk-taking, and the vulnerability of trust in a period marked by frequent booms and busts. The banking crisis of 1857 devastated him financially, demonstrating how rapidly riches might vanish when markets crashed. During his civilian years, Sherman made friends from both the North and the South, including plantation owners and entrepreneurs. He noticed the growing conflict over slavery, state rights, and economic disparities. While living in Louisiana, he was the superintendent of the Louisiana State Seminary of Learning and Military Academy, which would eventually become Louisiana State University. He was recognized for his organizational talents, but he treaded carefully when discussions became political. Despite not being a passionate abolitionist, he did not take to the concept of secession. For Sherman, unity was America's best hope for success. Nonetheless, he saw worrisome signals of discord and concluded that the country was on the verge of war. Sherman, on the verge of the Civil War, stood at a pivotal juncture. He had a family, a diverse set of experiences in both service and civilian sectors, and a perspective that grasped how badly the country was fracturing. He was concerned if war occurred, it would be unlike the small-scale battles of previous decades. The tremendous industrial potential of both parts, combined with the moral fervor around slavery, predicted a devastating clash. Despite his reluctance to enter the battle, Sherman returned to service in early 1861, motivated by a sense of responsibility to maintain the Union. In the early months of the Civil War, William Tecumseh Sherman served in several positions, looking for a secure footing in a war that appeared chaotic from the start. Initially assigned to a training facility, he disagreed with authorities when he anticipated that the fight would require at least 200,000 men in his area alone. His forthright remark that the Union was underestimating the scale of the insurrection elicited suspicion, if not derision. However, time would vindicate his misgivings. By late 1861, Sherman had arrived in Kentucky, an important border state with conflicting loyalties. He was responsible for the Cumberland Department there, but he quickly became overwhelmed. Reports of Confederate military movements, arms shortages, and conflicting orders from Washington left him tired. Some sources suggest he was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. He requested relief from command, and when he left, rumors circulated about his instability. Such suspicions threatened to wreck his career in an era when mental stress was less tolerated. Nevertheless, Sherman recovered. He gained new purpose with General Ulysses Grant's direct help. Their bond will form the foundation of Union success. Grant was calm, silent, and unyielding under duress, whereas Sherman was more combustible, publicly expressing concerns or complaints. Their mutual regard, however, was established through shared battlefield experiences. In early 1862, Grant's daring maneuvers at Fort Henry and Fort Donald Elson secured critical Confederate outposts, and Sherman's role, though subordinate, displayed dependability in the face of fire. The Battle of Shiloh in April 1862 would be Sherman's true baptism into large-scale fighting. Confederate surprise strike near Pittsburgh upon landing in Tennessee. Waves of enemy soldiers smashed the Union defenses. Sherman's division took the brunt of the early fighting. Despite being taken by surprise, he rallied his troops riding along the front lines, ignoring personal danger and encouraging them to hold. Despite massive fatalities, the Union withstood the attack, and Grant's counterattack, the following day forced the Confederates to retire. Sherman's leadership under duress gained him a promotion to Major General and more crucially strengthened his alliance with Grant. The two men came from Shiloh with a stronger determination to achieve total victory. Acknowledging the Confederacy's tenacity, Sherman followed Shiloh with operations along the Mississippi River, ending in the Vicksburg campaign. Vicksburg, a fortress stronghold, was essential to Confederate control of the Mississippi River. Union soldiers anticipated that seizing it would split the Confederacy in two, isolating the states west of the river. Grant's siege was long, with supply lines strained and morale shaky. Sherman's involvement included skirmishes, feints, and ensuring that Confederate reinforcements could not break through the siege. Vicksburg finally fell on July 4, 1863, marking a watershed moment in the Western theater. Sherman's fame soared. Although he frequently downplayed personal responsibility, publicly praising Grant's strategic vision, Sherman did not take command of Union forces in the West until 1864, when Grant was ordered to the Eastern Theater to confront Robert E. Lee. His primary aim is Atlanta. The city was a Confederate hub for railroads, manufacturing, and supply. Taking it could jeopardize the Southern battle effort. Sherman launched the Atlanta campaign in May 1864. Moving across northeastern Georgia, Confederate General Joseph E. Johnston utilized an effective defensive plan. But Sherman's numerical superiority and willingness to engage in flanking actions gradually pushed Johnston back. Johnston's replacement by the more aggressive John Bell Hood increased Confederate casualties. By September, Sherman's army had conquered Atlanta, dealing a strategic and psychological blow to the South. The city's fall echoed throughout the North, helping President Lincoln's re-election chances. Sherman believed that simply occupying Atlanta would be insufficient. He wanted to win the Confederate capacity for future resistance. After ordering civilian evacuations, he permitted elements of the city's infrastructure to be destroyed, fueling suspicions that he was carrying out a destruction campaign. Sherman then focused on a bold and controversial strategy: the march to the sea. The plan was to cut lines of communication, damage resources critical to the Southern war machine, and show that Confederate authorities could no longer safeguard their heart. In mid-November 1864, he led 60,000 men from Atlanta to Savannah, cutting a path across Georgia. Unlike traditional movements tethered by supply lines, Sherman's columns would live off the land, foraging freely, demolishing railroads and targeting factories. This bold tactic at the time attempted to break the South's resolve to continue fighting. During these campaigns, Sherman's views on war solidified. He believed that the faster and harder the conflict was pursued, the sooner it would be resolved. In his letters to subordinates, he emphasized a harsh logic. If Southern people felt the effects of the war, the Confederacy's morale would plummet. While many Union leaders sought victory through pitched battles alone, Sherman embraced total war, leaving a reputation that would eclipse his other accomplishments and define his place in American military history. The March to the Sea started on November 15, 1864, as Union troops departed from the charred remains of Atlanta. The trip to Savannah covered about 300 miles, calculating about 483 kilometers, and lasted almost a month. Contrary to popular belief, Sherman didn't order his soldiers to burn every home or farm they encountered. However, the foraging became so widespread, occasionally turning into looting, that local populations remembered the campaign with lasting bitterness. Union soldiers destroyed rail lines, twisting them into what was mockingly called Sherman's neckties. Warehouses and factories burned, cotton gins destroyed, and livestock taken. Many Southern civilians fled before the advancing columns, while others remained, witnessing gardens, barns, and personal property consumed by Union torches or opportunistic soldiers. Sherman's official position was that his troops should only target items with military or logistical significance. But in practice, those boundaries quickly became unclear. Years later, the question lingered: were these acts justified militarily, or simply a vengeful rampage? Sherman's supporters claimed that the Confederacy's capacity to fight relied on its agricultural and industrial resources, rendering such destruction a regrettable necessity. Critics argued that the campaign violated moral boundaries by punishing innocent civilians. Sherman believed that only by breaking the South's ability and determination to fight could the war's violence be decisively ended. Sherman's forces entered Savannah on December 21st, 1864, facing minimal resistance. He sent a telegram to President Lincoln proposing the city of Savannah as a Christmas gift. The capture of the nearly intact port offered a strategic base on the Atlantic coast, enabling Union forces to advance into the Carolinas. Northern newspapers celebrated the success, lauding Sherman as a master strategist. Southern newspapers erupted in anger, portraying him as a ruthless destroyer. Confederate civilians criticized the perceived barbarism in diaries and letters, while some Northern voices also voiced discomfort at the campaign's brutality. The Union war machine continued, and Sherman's prominence grew. In early 1865, Sherman turned north to unite with Grant. The Carolinas campaign sought to pressure Confederate resources from a new angle, potentially trapping Robert E. Lee's army between two formidable Union forces. As his men moved through South Carolina, the birthplace of secession, Sherman's tactics became even harsher. In February 1865, Columbia burned with ongoing debate over whether Union or Confederate forces started the fire. Sherman denied starting the fire, but suspicion remains, woven into local tales that the Union intentionally set ablaze the birthplace of rebellion. Sherman advanced into North Carolina with a slightly softer approach, recognizing that the state had not been as eager to succeed as South Carolina. The operational logic persisted: weaken Confederate capabilities, disrupt railroads, and harass the demoralized Southern forces. In April, it was reported that Lee's army of Northern Virginia surrendered to Grant at Appomattox. Sherman's men sensed the war was nearing its conclusion. Hopes rose that they could finish the campaign without more major clashes. An unforeseen twist occurred when John Wilkes Booth assassinated President Lincoln on April 14, 1865, shocking the entire Union High Command. Grief and anger surged through Sherman's ranks. After Lincoln's death, talks with Confederate General Joseph E. Johnston in North Carolina became increasingly strained. Sherman, aiming for a quick reconciliation, proposed terms that many in Washington viewed as excessively generous, including political concessions that exceeded his authority. The War Department, shaken by Lincoln's assassination and favoring tougher actions, rejected Sherman's agreement. Reports suggested that Sherman was either naive or overreaching. The fiasco briefly damaged his reputation. A revised negotiation resulted in Johnston's surrender on April 26th, effectively ending the war in the Carolinas. Sherman's desire to heal wounds quickly conflicted with the mood in Washington, creating misunderstandings that would persist for years. Despite the friction points, the North celebrated Sherman as a hero. His soldiers admired him, referring to him as Uncle Billy, impressed by his relentless energy and talent for boosting morale. Southerners condemned him as the cause of devastation. He rarely attempted to soften that image, stating that war was cruelty and efforts to refine it were pointless. That straightforward view shaped his strategic approach. Sherman believed that war should be pursued with full commitment or not at all. After the war, Sherman oversaw military districts in the South, attempting to maintain order during reconstructions. Tumult. He found the political squabbling exhausting, favoring direct military leadership over the complexities of civil policy. Sherman's legacy was solidified by his wartime campaigns, despite the post-war complexities that overshadowed it. The challenge for him and for the nation was how to address the resentment caused by total war, while also focusing on rebuilding a unified country. After hostilities concluded, William Tecumseh Sherman expected the clear structure of wartime, command to translate into a simple post-war position. However, the aftermath of conflict rarely produces smooth transitions. In 1865, he was appointed commander of the military division of the Mississippi, covering most of the devastated South. During Reconstruction, conflicts arose between President Andrew Johnson's conciliatory approach and the severe demands of radical Republicans in Congress. Sherman proceeded gingerly in this climate, avoiding political disputes. He constantly differed with civil officials and politicians about how to best manage the emancipated African American population, former Confederates, and the region's destroyed infrastructure. Sherman believed the Army's job was to maintain order, not to influence the inevitable social upheaval. He questioned whether Union troops should remain in the South indefinitely, citing the lack of a quick way to heal grave wounds. His reluctance to fully embrace Reconstruction ideas frustrated radical reformers who wanted strong federal enforcement of civil rights. White Southerners apprehensive of the Northern presence frequently opposed even basic Army commands. Understanding that he was in a precarious situation, Sherman sought solace in his family life. In 1866, he relocated to St. Louis, Missouri, to oversee the military division of Missouri. The territory stretched from the Mississippi River to the Rockies. Conflict spread westward as American expansion collided with numerous indigenous groups. Sherman's orders required him to protect settlers and railroads, which frequently resulted in battles with tribes that opposed the invasion of their areas. This period of Sherman's career is not as well known as his Civil War achievements. Native people beset with violated treaties and forced relocations met Sherman, a military figure who advocated employing superior force to achieve federal objectives. Sherman's perspective on the Indian Wars mirrored his entire war philosophy: decisively smash resistance to minimize prolonged carnage. He ordered campaigns that destroyed communities, decimated buffalo herds, and pushed people onto reserves. Historians decried his measures, likening them to his previous scorched earth policies. Sherman's strategy was straightforward: smash any opposition as quickly and decisively as possible. He perceived no ethical dilemma in forcefully displacing indigenous peoples in pursuit of the nation's ultimate goal. This unwavering stance cemented his reputation as a source of strong answers. Changes in Washington impacted Sherman's career path. Ulysses Grant became president in 1869, and Sherman was appointed commanding general of the United States Army. His new position allowed wide oversight of military operations. But disagreements with the War Department arose fast. Sherman believed that the line of command was harmed by civilian authorities' desire for greater control over Army matters. The tension rose under Secretary of War William W. Belknap, who resigned under scandal. Sherman's private letters indicated his displeasure with the political milieu and a desire for the disciplined cooperation of wartime. Sherman suffered family issues. Ellen hailed from a devout Catholic household, whereas Sherman had no interest in organized religion. Their opposing viewpoints occasionally produced tension. One son, Willie, died tragically during the war, leaving an emotional scar on the family. Another son, Thomas Ewing Sherman, became a Jesuit priest, which Sherman reluctantly accepted. Sherman composed his memoirs during these changes, and they were first published in 1875. This 2-volume book, Memoirs of General William T. Sherman, gives a plain account of his life from birth until the Civil War. Critics praised its readability and honesty, while several expressed concern about omissions and biases. He openly said at the outset that he would report events as he saw them, regardless of whether they disturbed anyone. The memoirs shaped the public's perception of him as a general who believed in direct action and open communication. Sherman headed an army that was struggling to find its place in a changing country. In the 1870s, industrialization accelerated. Questions about global development arose, and the frontier vanished. The army shrank, overshadowed by new millionaires and the volatile politics of the Gilded Age. Sherman frequently bemoaned that the populace had grown complacent about national defense, ignoring the painful lessons of the Civil War. In quieter moments, he realized that a diminished army presence was precisely what a reunited country needed, even if it left him feeling a little lost. The Great Railroad Strike of 1877, which saw federal troops dispatched to quell labor unrest, was the final major dispute of his tenure. Sherman struck a compromise between compassion for workers' concerns and the necessity for order, directing a reaction that sought to minimize bloodshed. The incident pointed at a new sort of internal conflict. industrial turmoil supplanting sectional conflicts. Sherman, noted for his directness and rigidity, was reminded that war is never static. It changes with the intricacies of civilization. As the 1880s began, William Tecumseh Sherman entered retirement, but stayed a notable public figure. In 1882, he stepped down as commanding general, concluding nearly 20 years of consistent leadership in a transforming army. Civic groups, lecture circuits, and political activists often pursued him. Some urged him to run for president, thinking his combat experience and integrity would resonate with Americans. Shah famously declined, stating, "I will not accept if nominated and will not serve if elected." The statement reflected his post-war identity as someone who had witnessed the harsh realities of politics, leading him to avoid more profound involvement. His reluctance to run for government came from several factors. He was wary of the constant maneuvering that characterized national elections. His straightforward attitude conflicted with the need to appease groups and trade favors. He understood that his reputation, forged through tough tactics in Georgia and the Carolinas, could provoke significant backlash in the South and among moderate northern voters. He felt his skills were better suited for organizing and leading in challenging situations rather than in standard governance negotiations. Sherman traveled extensively, giving speeches on Civil War events and promoting a strong, practical military policy. Even after leaving formal duties, he seldom softened his remarks. At veterans' reunions, he portrayed the stern uncle, reminding former troops that war was not a glorious adventure. He emphasized to younger audiences that the Civil War was much more complex than just heroes and villains. He stood firm in his decisions, asserting that his aggressive campaigns had reduced the conflict's length. He was honest about his views on Reconstruction's outcomes. He observed the South's economic recovery, the emergence of Jim Crow laws, and ongoing social inequalities. He did not advocate for radical solutions to racial disparity, viewing it mainly as a civilian issue. Some critics viewed Sherman's attitude as evasive, claiming he was dodging moral responsibility. He said his main aim was to preserve the Union, not to create an equal society. Although Sherman was strategically skilled, his limited view on social fairness reflects the shortcomings of his era, which is clear in hindsight. At the same time, narratives about his private life became gentler. He enjoyed engaging with former allies, especially Ulysses S. Grant, whose presidency concluded amid controversy and failure. Sherman stayed loyal to Grant, honoring their bond from the war despite any controversies. They occasionally gathered to voice their discontent regarding how their legacies turned into political issues. When Grant died in 1885, Sherman mourned publicly, delivering eulogies that highlighted loyalty, the virtue that had united them through numerous conflicts. In the 1880s, new industries and technologies captured public attention. Railroads spanned the continent, telephones connected people, and corporations grew. Sherman felt torn after observing these changes. He appreciated America's ambition for growth, but worried about possible societal instability. The Great Railroad Strike indicated rising unrest among industrial workers. He warned that if class tensions weren't handled correctly, they could erupt violently. Although he wasn't an economist, he identified conflict patterns and warned political leaders that neglecting labor demands could lead to chaos, similar to the devastation of war. Sherman, who relocated to New York City later in the decade, joined various clubs and wrote letters condemning the rise of sensational journalism. He was accustomed to media scrutiny. During the war, he was portrayed as either a hero or a criminal. Tabloids thrived on sensationalism, making him cautious about interviews. Young journalists sought his views on military issues. He emphasized that future wars could lead to unimaginable destruction if not quickly contained, particularly with advanced weaponry. He insisted that the only real strategy was to either fully engage in war or not at all. Sherman's health declined as he got older. Stiff joints, persistent pain, and years of fatigue in uniform consumed him. He refused to disguise himself as a weak, elderly general. He walked through the streets of Manhattan in casual clothes, tipping his hat to those who noticed his distinctive grey hair. He visited West Point and other Army locations rarely, providing straightforward advice. Train with discipline, but hope you never have to use it in a civil war. Listeners felt that beneath his tough exterior were deep wounds shaped by the harsh realities of war. In his later years, the people embraced him as a grandfather figure. His once fierce demeanor mellowed. Over time, fundamentally, he was the man who bravely marched through Georgia, firmly believing that such harshness was essential. In the evolving landscape of modern America, William Tecumseh Sherman remained prominent. His influence softened rather than faded, a reminder of when cities trembled at the sight of blue-clad troops. William Tecumseh Sherman spent his final months in New York, surrounded by family and friends. He was stoic, yet he occasionally made sad remarks about how the Civil War ruined his reputation. He recognized that for many Southerners his name symbolized terror, a reminder of burned houses, ruined railroads, and the unrelenting march of Union forces. To many, particularly in the North, he was the driving factor behind the Confederacy's demise, ultimately sparing many lives by ending the war. The dichotomy left him resigned. Historical assessments are rarely balanced, especially for those who shape conflict in new disputed ways. Sherman became ill with pneumonia in January 1891. Doctors tried to restore his health, but difficulties occurred. By early February, it was clear he was unlikely to recover. He faced his decline discreetly, eschewing some treatments and facing his mortality with the same canoandor he used in strategy. Family members watched him closely, recalling how the once unstoppable man appeared weak under the light of the bedside lamp. He died on February 14, 1891, at the age of 71. News spread across the country. Southerners reacted calmly to the announcement. Some newspapers ran brief obituaries, while others recalled the misery he caused. In the North, praises poured in, hailing him as a hero who broke the war's illusions and drove the South to its knees. Foreign commentators reflected on how the American Civil War influenced worldwide military thinking, observing that Sherman's death marked the end of an era of bold, large-scale maneuver warfare. Sherman's funeral in New York drew massive crowds to the streets. Veterans wearing uniforms saluted the casket. Young observers were captivated by the legend and listened to serious comments from generals who had served under him. The army provided full honors as a final homage to the man whose worldview was defined by his dedication to duty. Pallbearers included notable civic and military figures, emphasizing his life's impact on American growth. They brought his remains to St. Louis with quiet solemnity, where he was buried alongside his wife Ellen, who had died a few years before. Afterward, newspapers and magazines began to look back. Writers debated morality and necessity. Did Sherman's campaigns enhance combat or spark new conflicts? Some editorialists credited him with inventing the concept of modern total war, emphasizing how entire communities, not just soldiers, become involved in massive warfare. Some voiced worry about the impact on civilian life and property, claiming that his approach called into question the ethics of war. Military minds around the world evaluated his maneuvers, adopting or criticizing his ideas. Before World War I, German officers thoroughly researched the march to the sea to establish their philosophy. Sherman's notion that war should be conducted decisively, eliminating illusions and safe havens, has far-reaching consequences beyond American borders. Many nations' romanticized notions of combat would conflict with the brutal realities he highlighted. Decades later, European nations would participate in even more devastating wars, prompting the question, was Sherman a visionary, a prophet of mechanized destruction? Personal stories about Uncle Billy were well known among aging Union veterans. Anecdotes show him pausing to speak with a terrified child or having a humble lunch with a rural household. These pieces attempted to portray the man who was frequently despised by many Southerners. Historians who read his letters discovered that he had a comic side, frequently calming tense situations with dry humor. Contradictions abound. A kind father figure to his men, an unrelenting terror to his adversaries, and a scathing critic of half measures in combat. Sherman, along with Grant, Lee, and Jackson, was recognized as pivotal figures in the Civil War. Over time, statues appeared, some in the North, depicting him on horseback with a determined expression, and fewer in the South, where he was frequently overshadowed by local heroes. The older generation that lived through the conflict has died away, leaving a legacy characterized by textbooks, speeches, and battlefield tours. Sherman's historical significance was substantial but challenging for a nation. Historians developed fresh perspectives over time. Some have investigated the psychological impact of the Florida wetlands on the young lieutenant. Some have suggested that his family's links to Thomas Ewing Hayden important impact on his early success. Many questioned his performance during the Indian Wars, questioning how a commander known for defending the Union could advocate harsh measures against indigenous tribes. These layers underscored the complexities of his life. He was neither a simple hero nor a villain, but rather a figure of a changing America, managing crisis, technological developments, and expanding frontiers. Sherman's name conjures up pictures of relentless columns, flaming depots, and a war that changed the face of conflict. William Tecumseh Sherman is still regarded as a key character in the Civil War pantheon. Yet, views of his actions continue to shift. Over 130 years after his death, historians, military scholars, and interested amateurs revisit his wars in search of nuanced insights. Many people are talking about his hard war theory, which holds that to terminate a struggle, a nation must attack the opponent's ability to sustain itself, rather than simply defeating forces in open battle. His effectiveness in this area is widely attributed to hastening the Confederacy's demise. Sherman's techniques are sometimes compared to those used in 20th century total conflicts, in which entire economies and civilian populations are targeted. Critics question if the practice establishes a troubling precedent that moral barriers can be crossed for the sake of expediency. Others argue that Sherman's tough attitude undoubtedly shortened the war's duration, preventing thousands of further battlefield casualties. When military doctrines develop beyond frontline engagements, the tension between practicality and morality becomes increasingly essential. In the South, memories of Sherman are still shaped by generational stories. Families carry down stories about ancestors who lost houses, animals, or enterprises along his path. Museums in Georgia, South Carolina, and other states periodically display exhibitions about the march to the sea's local influence. Some historians work to differentiate myth from reality. Abu is not every fire was started by a Union soldier, nor was every structure torched. However, the psychological toll of an unstoppable army marching across the countryside was evident. Meanwhile, northern cities that formerly supported him attempt to analyze his full legacy. War memorials in areas like New York and Ohio depict him as a pivotal figure in the Union's deliverance. School textbooks stress his devotion to Grant, his operational genius, and the conclusion he helped to bring to a war that threatened to fracture the country irrevocably. A few paragraphs might describe how he disliked political power and preferred clear command. Younger generations perceive a nearly cinematic figure, brazen, unstoppable, a contradiction of savagery and compassion who altered Americans' perceptions of battle. Sherman's personal documents, which are preserved in libraries, illustrate the intricacies of his relationships. Letters to his wife Ellen express love and parental care, particularly when they lost their son, Willie, in Memphis. Correspondence with fellow officers illustrates the stress that weighed on him, particularly in the dark nights preceding important operations. There's a fleeting impression that beneath the stern general's public face, a man struggled with the internal reservations about the unstoppable machine he'd set in motion. In scholarly areas, studies of Reconstruction address his post-war deeds. Some argue that despite his ability to effect Southern reintegration, he mostly deferred to civil authorities and focused on limited army duties. Did he demonstrate smart statesmanship, or did he allow systemic injustices to continue? The discussion continues. According to the record, Sherman considered himself first and foremost a soldier, and he rarely saw the army as an instrument for sweeping social engineering. This perspective aligning with his pragmatic approach, significantly shaped the course of Reconstruction, both positively and negatively. Sherman's image appears in novels, documentaries, and historical dramas that aim to capture the passion of the Civil War. Filmmakers show him poised on horseback, watching a horizon tinged orange by fires, or in frenetic staff meetings with maps strewn out over rickety tables. These portrayals frequently exaggerate for dramatic effect, but they reflect a long-standing fascination with the man who accepted the brutal facts of war and forced the South to taste the bitter fruit of defeat. The conflict between actuality and myth is rarely fully resolved, expressing the essence of a character who thrived on contradiction. Finally, Sherman's story is a microcosm of American history in the mid-9th century. A country stumbling from compromise to confrontation, debating whether to remain a single political unit or split irreparably. Sherman's life followed that trajectory from frontier boyhood to the pinnacle of military leadership, from the sorrow of personal loss to the molding of an unwavering approach in the crucible of battle. His traces are still visible not only on Georgian territory, but also in how America deals with the duties and costs of military conflict. 4. Those looking for simple labels, hero or villain, visionary or brute, Sherman defies them all, reminding us that history is woven from the threads of both success and the tragedy, sculpted by the steely will of individuals who once marched across the stage of an evolving national drama. Elizabeth Schuyler came into the world on August 9, 1757, cradled by the rolling vistas of the Hudson River. Her father, Philip Schuyler, was a respected military leader and landowner in the colony of New York, and her mother, Catherine Van Renolier, hailed from one of the most influential families in the region. Growing up amid such privilege might have nurtured a sense of arrogance in some, but Eliza, as she was often called, had a natural warmth that set her apart from many of her peers. Nestled in the Schuyler mansion in Albany, Eliza spent her earliest years as part of a large clan that valued public service, hospitality, and the quiet force of tradition. The estate hummed with activity. Soldiers sometimes shared camp stories by the hearth. Traveling merchants arrived to do business, and politicians stopped by on their way to legislative sessions. In this swirl of visitors, Eliza learned to mingle with all sorts. Haughty aristocrats, weary militia officers, and even the occasional foreign envoy. Yet her home life had its share of complexities. The Schuyler family, though wealthy, carried the anxieties of living in a colony hovering on the brink of conflict. The tensions between Britain and its American subjects simmered. As a child, Eliza observed how her father weighed the possibility of war. General Philip Schuyler eventually became a key figure in the Continental Army, and dinner table conversations often circled back to strategy, logistics, and the moral burden of rebellion. These discussions shaped Eliza's understanding of politics as something more than an abstract game. It was about forging a future from uncertain times. Despite such concerns, her childhood retained a sense of magic. She roamed the gardens overlooking the Hudson, daydreaming about distant places she only knew from travelers' tales. She and her sisters, Angelica and Peggy, shared a bond forged by laughter and mischief, pranks on unsuspecting cousins, midnight raids on the kitchen to pill for sugar biscuits. Eliza was neither the bookish child Angelica was, nor as vivacious as Peggy, but she combined a quiet determination with a thoughtful curiosity. As she approached her teenage years, Eliza's mother introduced her to the more formal aspects of womanhood. Sewing circles, polite dances, and lessons in hospitality were considered essential to any young lady's future. For some, these rituals were rote, but Eliza took to them with a sense of genuine kindness. She discovered she could put people at ease, a smile here, a well-timed joke there. It was less about social climbing and more about forging a real connection. Sometime around her adolescence, the American Revolution moved from hushed speculation to living reality. Soldiers set up camp on the Schuyler grounds, forged alliances in the drawing room, and apprehension about the future permeated daily life. Eliza's father was dispatched on missions across the region, leaving her mother to manage the estate's day-to-day operations. In this environment, Eliza developed resourcefulness, noticing how the women of her family stepped up when men were off waging war. Her father's increased involvement in the war in 1777 marked a significant shift in the situation. That year, British forces threatened the Hudson Corridor, and Albany itself seemed vulnerable. While many families fled south for safety, the Schuylers remained steadfast, trusting in Philip's strategic mind. Eliza watched as her once calm household transformed into a nerve center of patriot supporters. Maps on tables, correspondences carried in and out by exhausted couriers, and the muffled clang of armaments stacked in the yard. Amid this upheaval, Eliza grew keenly aware of her position in the swirling drama of a young nation's birth, with Angelica off forging social alliances in other colonies and Peggy bouncing between acquaintances. Eliza found herself called upon to maintain a semblance of normalcy. She visited the wounded in makeshift infirmaries and prepared care packages for soldiers. Though still unmarried, she was no longer a mere child listening in on adult conversations. She was a participant, embracing the cause of liberty her father championed. As the war raged, each new day seemed to bring a surprise, shifting alliances, uncertain supplies, and heartbreak over lost battles. In that cauldron of revolution, fate was about to introduce her to a fiery young officer of illegitimate birth and boundless ambition. Elizabeth Schuyler was about to meet Alexander Hamilton, and her life would never be the same. She first encountered Alexander Hamilton in 1779, but their paths had nearly crossed earlier. He served as an aide-de-camp to General George Washington, and was known among the Continental Army's inner circle for his articulate letters and keen strategic mind. Hamilton's origins, born out of wedlock in the West Indies, could have made him an outsider, but his intellect and fervour for the patriot cause earned him respect, though not from an elite lineage like Eliza's. Hamilton possessed a magnetic quality that defied social conventions. When they finally met, it was through mutual acquaintances who gathered in the Schuyler household. Hamilton arrived with a swirl of laughter and conversation and earnestness in his eyes that left an impression. He was no tall, gallant figure. Instead, he was compact and brimming with restless energy. Rumour had it he could dictate multiple letters simultaneously to different aides. His mind, racing faster than his quill, could keep up. Eliza, conversely, was known for her measured confidence, quiet but unwavering. Their conversations at first centred on practicalities, the direction of the war, rumours of British troop movements, and the hardships faced by soldiers. But beneath these tactical topics, a personal connection sparked. Eliza found Hamilton's ambition refreshing rather than boastful. He in turn appreciated her sincerity and the intelligence she did not flaunt. They spent evenings strolling through the garden, forging a bond grounded in shared hope for America's future and a mutual sense of responsibility to their respective families. Still, Eliza harboured doubts. Courtships in wartime carried uncertainty. She saw how heartbreak could follow a letter announcing a casualty or a transfer to a distant front. But Hamilton's letters, penned during his absences, were tender, infused with more than just flattery. He spoke of unity, both for the nation and between two souls ready to face life's challenges together. When he addressed her as Eliza, it felt simultaneously intimate and reverent. They married on December 14, 1780, in a ceremony that reflected the swirl of revolutionary fervour. The bride's father, though still weighed down by the complexities of war, offered a generous celebration at the Schuyler mansion. Guests included prominent military officers, local dignitaries, and friends from across the colonies. Candles flickered as violins played, and talk of independence mingled with toasts to love. For Eliza, that night felt like a bridge between her old life and a new horizon. In the early weeks of marriage, their world seemed to pulse with promise, yet the realities of the war intruded almost immediately. Hamilton was pulled back to his post, drafting critical communications for Washington, orchestrating supply logistics, and occasionally heading into dangerous territory. Eliza, accustomed to supporting her father's campaigns, adapted swiftly. She learned to manage household finances, keep track of important documents, and serve as a confidant for Hamilton's anxieties about the fate of the revolution. She first encountered Alexander Hamilton in 1779, but their paths had nearly crossed earlier. He served as an aide-de-camp to General George Washington and was known among the Continental Army's inner circle for his articulate letters and keen strategic mind. Hamilton's origins, born out of wedlock in the West Indies, could have made him an outsider, but his intellect and fervour for the patriot cause earned him respect, though not from an elite lineage like Eliza's. Hamilton possessed a magnetic quality that defied social conventions. When they finally met, it was through mutual acquaintances who gathered in the Schuyler household. Hamilton arrived with a swirl of laughter and conversation and earnestness in his eyes that left an impression. He was no tall, gallant figure. Instead, he was compact and brimming with restless energy. Rumour had it he could dictate multiple letters simultaneously to different aides, his mind racing faster than his quill could keep up. Eliza, conversely, was known for her measured confidence, quiet but unwavering. Their conversations at first centred on practicalities, the direction of the war, rumours of British troop movements, and the hardships faced by soldiers. But beneath these tactical topics, a personal connection sparked. Eliza found Hamilton's ambition refreshing rather than boastful. He in turn appreciated her sincerity and the intelligence she did not flaunt. They spent evenings strolling through the garden, forging a bond grounded in shared hope for America's future and a mutual sense of responsibility to their respective families. Still, Eliza harboured doubts. Courtships in wartime carried uncertainty. She saw how heartbreak could follow a letter announcing a casualty or a transfer to a distant front. But Hamilton's letters, penned during his absences, were tender, infused with more than just flattery. He spoke of unity, both for the nation and between two souls ready to face life's challenges together. When he addressed her as Eliza, it felt simultaneously intimate and reverent. They married on December 14th, 1780, in a ceremony that reflected the swirl of revolutionary fervour. The bride's father, though still weighed down by the complexities of war, offered a generous celebration at the Schuyler mansion. Guests included prominent military officers, local dignitaries, and friends from across the colonies. Candles flickered, violins played, and talk of independence mingled with toasts to love. For Eliza, that night felt like a bridge between her old life and a new horizon. In the early weeks of marriage, their world seemed to pulse with promise. Yet, the realities of the war intruded almost immediately. Hamilton was pulled back to his post, drafting critical communications for Washington, orchestrating supply logistics, and occasionally heading into dangerous territory. Eliza, accustomed to supporting her father's campaigns, adapted swiftly. She learned to manage household finances, keep track of important documents, and serve as a confidant for Hamilton's anxieties about the fate of the revolution. When the Treaty of Paris officially ended the Revolutionary War in 1783, Alexander Hamilton found himself in a position to help shape America's future. After his bar admission, he established a thriving legal practice in bustling New York City. Initially, he focused on property disputes left in the war's wake. Yet, bigger ambitions loomed. He sensed the new nation needed a stable financial structure, a strong central government, and a cohesive framework for unity. Eliza, meanwhile, adapted to city life with the same resilience she had shown amid military camps. The Hamiltons' household was never quiet for long. Their circle of acquaintances ballooned, including statesmen, merchants, and military comrades turned politicians. The Hamilton home became a hub of spirited discourse. Eliza served as both hostess and participant. Her hallmark was a welcoming presence, ensuring everyone felt at ease, from the most polished senator to the rough-hewn frontier representative. Despite sometimes intimidating conversation about economics or legislation, she never shied away from asking pointed questions. Alexander's participation in the Constitutional Convention in 1787 represented a progressive moment. While he was away in Philadelphia, Eliza managed affairs in New York, maintaining correspondence with him. She offered moral support, reading, newspapers to gauge public sentiment, and relaying her observations. Though not formally educated in political theory, she grasped the importance of a balanced government. She often wrote that the promise of liberty would flounder without practical safeguards. When Hamilton returned with the proposed constitution, debates raged. Federalists championed a robust central government, while anti-federalists feared tyranny. Hamilton, a leading Federalist, penned the majority of the Federalist Papers, explaining the Constitution's merits. Late nights of writing blurred until dawn. Eliza recognized his fervor, doing what she could to ease his workload. She edited drafts lightly, made sure heat, and even coordinated with his co-authors, John Jay and James Madison. Although her name never appeared on the pamphlets, her unseen labor and emotional support proved invaluable. As the Constitution was ratified, Hamilton stepped into a new role, the nation's first Secretary of the Treasury under President George Washington. He tackled the public debt, proposed a national bank, and laid out an economic blueprint that would stir controversy for years. Throughout this whirlwind, Eliza managed a rapidly expanding family. More children arrived, each named with care. She also tended to her father's affairs, as Philip Schuyler had joined the new US Senate. Eliza adeptly juggled her responsibilities, balancing the realms of motherhood, social diplomacy, and philanthropic engagements. One of her quieter achievements involved the creation of an orphanage. In the aftermath of war, many children roamed the streets bereft of parents. Eliza's heart went out to them. She tapped into her connections, rallying other women from prominent families to organized resources. Though Hamilton's name was more associated with financial policy, it was Eliza who championed charitable efforts, seeing in them a reflection of the new republic's moral obligations. She believed social welfare was not a luxury, but a fundamental sign of civilized values. Meanwhile, the couple's personal life was a tapestry of devotion, intense arguments, and fleeting reconciliations. Hamilton's political enemies targeted him relentlessly. He was accused of favoritism, monarchical-leaning sympathies, and financial improprieties. Eliza stood by him, convinced of his integrity. Yet stress loomed. Long hours at the Treasury combined, with the scorn of detractors, sometimes left Hamilton edgy. Family dinners occasionally turned into strategy sessions, with Eliza offering a calm perspective. At other times, he withdrew into brooding ruminations. Then came scandal. In 1791, Hamilton embarked on a disastrous affair with Maria Reynolds, eventually revealed in 1797. Eliza learned of it in disjointed pieces, the betrayal hitting hard. The affair was no trifling rumor. It was a reality that threatened to unmoor her marriage, and yet, in her heartbreak, she chose not to abandon him. Some historians interpret her reaction as moral fortitude. She believed in redemption, especially for the father of her children. Others see it as a pragmatic move, given her limited options in that era. Regardless, her decision underscored a resolve forged by adversity. She insisted that Hamilton come clean publicly, which he did through the infamous Reynolds pamphlet, revealing private matters in humiliating detail. The scandal tarnished Hamilton's reputation, but Eliza never wavered in supporting him. Their union, tested by the court of public opinion, emerged battered yet intact. She retreated from society's glare, focusing on her children and philanthropic ventures. In private, she and Hamilton worked toward mending the trust between them. Her stance was rooted in a belief that individuals and the young nation could be redeemed from failings, provided they confronted their missteps openly. By the end of the 1790s, Hamilton had resigned from the Treasury. Political battles consumed him. Federalists and Democratic Republicans fought bitterly. Eliza, quietly, reflective, saw the shape of things to come. A new century beckoned, but personal storms had left scars. Still, she pressed on with her philanthropic dreams and unwavering commitment to her family, convinced that the American experiment and her marriage both warranted every ounce of perseverance she could muster. As the 1800s dawned, Alexander Hamilton's political career entered a contentious phase. He engaged in newspaper feuds, criticized John Adams' presidency, and tried to sway elections behind the scenes. Eliza watched, worried that his relentless ambition might alienate even his allies. She urged moderation, but Hamilton's temperament demanded he push forward, certain that his vision for the nation outweighed short-term unity. Meanwhile, Eliza deepened her involvement in New York's charitable circles. She helped organize relief for impoverished families, often visiting tenements with a small retinue to distribute necessities. Her presence in these rough neighborhoods surprised many, dressed modestly but unmistakably from a higher social sphere. She approached each household with empathy, inquiring about their hardships and connecting them with local artisans or job possibilities. In her mind, the spirit of the revolution hinged on ensuring that Lyautey was not purely for the privileged. At home, life was busy. The Hamilton children, by now a lively brood, required guidance and moral grounding. Eliza's father had retired from the Senate, and her sisters were scattered among marriages and estates. Letters flew back and forth among the Schuyler siblings, exchanging gossip and confidence. Angelica, living abroad, lamented the distance while Peggy struggled with health issues. In these letters, Eliza was a pillar, pragmatic, affectionate, and ever eager to uphold family bonds, despite the swirling chaos of politics. Hamilton's disputes escalated. He penned damning critiques of Aaron Burr. Once a political ally, but now a rival, Burr, equally ambitious, felt slighted by Hamilton's influence and remarks. In 1804, Burr, on the verge of losing New York's governorship, intensified tensions by accusing Hamilton of undermining his campaign. As accusations swirled, Burr issued a challenge, a dawn duel to settle their honor. Eliza, upon learning of the challenge, pleaded for Hamilton to find another resolution. She implored him to consider their children, to think of the scandal that had already tested their marriage, to weigh the heartbreak that another public confrontation would unleash. Hamilton assured her the affair was a matter of principle. He confessed personal reservations about dueling. It contradicted his moral convictions and religious beliefs. Yet the unwritten rules of honor among gentlemen at the time left little room for retreat without being branded a coward. Torn between personal ethics and societal codes, Hamilton resolved to meet Burr across the Hudson River in Weehawken, New Jersey. The night before the duel, Hamilton wrote letters to friends and family. Eliza found him in a somber mood, his usual fiery determination replaced by introspective melancholy. He gave her instructions about the children's education, finances, and even personal regrets. She tried desperately to dissuade him, offering every argument from his political future to their family's stability. But the machinery of the duel was set in motion. In a final gesture of love, they prayed together, tears unspoken but understood. On the morning of July 11, 1804, Hamilton and Burr faced each other at Weehawken. Eliza waited anxiously at home, racked by dread. The details of the duel remained debated, but the outcome was tragically clear. Hamilton was mortally wounded, shot in the lower abdomen, and transported across the river. Eliza rushed to his side, finding him in a friend's house, drifting in and out of consciousness. He lingered for more than 24 hours, enough time for them to exchange final words. He expressed regret for the turmoil he'd caused, and she, through tears, assured him of her unconditional love. Hamilton died on July 12th, leaving Eliza a widow at age 47 with 7 surviving children and another extended family to support. The entire city of New York was shocked. A funeral procession took place, overshadowed by the scandalous nature of the duel. Burr fled, publicly vilified. Eliza's grief was immense, a mixture of sorrow and anger. Anger at a code of honor that demanded lethal resolution, at the political climate that spurred such violence, and at the cosmic cruelty of losing her husband just as the nation was stabilizing. In her anguish, she sought solace in faith and family. The immediate aftermath required practical decisions. Hamilton's debts loomed large. some due to his lavish lifestyle and unprofitable investments. Eliza, reluctant though she was, tackled the financial intricacies head-on. Rather than retreat into mourning, she found a clarity of purpose. She would safeguard her husband's legacy, provide for their children, and carry on with the charitable missions that held a special place in her heart. If Alexander Hamilton died, ensuring his place in history, Eliza would live on to shape how that history remembered him. In the weeks following Alexander Hamilton's funeral, Eliza confronted a daunting to-do list. She sorted through unpaid bills, discovered unfinished essays and treatises in his study, and faced the prospect of raising her children in a social climate that still buzzed with rumors about the fatal duel. The Schuyler family offered emotional and financial support, but Eliza felt compelled to manage her affairs independently. She liquidated some assets, negotiated with creditors, and carefully planned a modest lifestyle that would preserve dignity yet remain financially feasible. One of her first initiatives was to gather Hamilton's letters and writings. She sensed that his political enemies might attempt to distort his legacy. Determined to present an accurate account of his contributions, she approached friends and colleagues for additional correspondence, anything that could shed light on Hamilton's thought process and character. These efforts planted the seeds of what would eventually become a significant archival trove. Though she had no formal training in historical preservation, all she knew was that the story of his role in founding the new nation needed to be told. Honestly, free from the rancor that surrounded his final years, her philanthropic spirits surged as well. She returned to the Orphan Asylum Society of New York, later known as Graham Wyndham, dedicating more hours to its expansion. The orphanage had grown since its inception, and children of various ages depended on stable funds and guidance. Eliza believed her personal grief could fuel a deeper compassion for those who had lost families under equally harsh circumstances. She organized fundraisers, leaning on acquaintances from Hamilton's Federalist circles and from her father's old networks. Donations trickled in enough to expand the orphanage's facilities. At home, she took solace in her children's presence. Some older ones, like Philip Jr. and Angelica, stepped into supportive roles, though they too reeled from their father's violent death. Eliza's maternal instincts extended beyond mere comfort. She actively cultivated their education and moral development. Hamilton had always advocated for robust learning, so she ensured her sons and daughters had access to tutors and libraries. The younger children gleaned from her an abiding sense of hope despite life's traumas. Friendship with Dolly Madison, the charismatic wife of President James Madison, rekindled after the duel. Though Madison had once been Hamilton's political rival, Dolly admired Eliza's fortitude and philanthropic drive. The two women exchanged letters on everything from child-rearing to the complexities of shaping national identity. During visits to the capital, Eliza dined among statesmen who revered her husband's intellect, yet had once clashed with him. Her presence in these circles underscored that while Hamilton was gone, his ideals and family remained part of America's evolving story. Over time, Eliza found a measure of peace. She read extensively scripture, philosophy, and even Hamilton's essays on finance. She became a discreet mentor to young women, advising them that loss did not have to define one's entire existence. In that process, she uncovered an internal wellspring of power. No longer defined merely as a general's daughter or a statesman's wife, she was forging her identity as a protector of children, a keeper of her husband's legacy, and a quiet stabilizing figure in a nation still shaping its post-war identity. Yet, she confronted constant reminders of the duel's aftermath. Burr's reputation had collapsed, but he lingered on society's fringes, and occasionally rumors of his presence in New York circulated. Some supporters of Hamilton yearned for Eliza's public condemnation of Burr. She responded by emphasizing forgiveness, not for Burr's sake alone, but for her own spiritual health. Still, she admitted to close friends that the wound ran deep, and any mention of Burr reopened old pain. In 1806, tragedy revisited her life when her sister Peggy died. Though they had not spent as much time together recently, losing a sibling reignited her sense of mortality. Each family loss spurred reflection. Why does fate entwine sorrow and joy so tightly? She found partial answers in her faith, which had grown more earnest since Hamilton's death. Eliza turned to church communities for comfort, simultaneously offering her organizational skills to parish events. Slowly, the Hamilton household stabilized. Debts were gradually paid off. The children advanced in their studies or commenced livelihoods. Eliza's philanthropic projects flourished, earning her quiet admiration across class lines. Life was by no means carefree. Money was tight. Social slights stung, but she navigated each challenge with calm determination. By middle age, she stood as a testament to endurance, weaving heartbreak, duty, and service into a tapestry that gave her a renewed sense of mission. As decades rolled on, Eliza entered a reflective phase of life. She remained in New York, though the city changed around her, evolving from a post-revolutionary port into a bustling metropolis. She occasionally visited her beloved Schuyler mansion in Albany, now quieter and steeped in nostalgia. Each time she walked the garden paths where she once courted Alexander, reminded of both the innocence of youth and the seismic shifts that had sculpted her fate. During the War of 1812, when the US again clashed with Britain, Eliza worried for her sons, some of whom served in the conflict. Memories of the revolution merged with fresh anxieties. She found the national mood reminiscent of her childhood, uncertainty, pride, and the determination to defend independence. Though she was no longer at the forefront of patriotic fervor, she contributed by donating to relief efforts for soldiers' families. The Orphan Asylum Society also expanded its reach, taking in children orphaned by this new war. Family events punctuated her life with both grief and celebration. Her father, Philip Schuyler, passed away in 1804, mere months after Hamilton's death. Her mother, Catherine, died in 1803. So Eliza found herself increasingly the matriarch of a sprawling clan. Grandchildren eventually came into the picture. She watched them with pride, telling stories of their heroic grandfather. These tales often alluded to Hamilton's intellectual prowess, omitting the specifics of his downfall. Eliza believed that preserving his better qualities would inspire younger generations. A notable shift occurred in the 1820s when John Church Hamilton, one of her sons, began collecting material for a biography of his father. Eliza became an essential collaborator, providing letters, anecdotes, and clarifications. Her memory was sharp despite advancing age. She recalled specific conversations, recounted legislative battles, and recalled the exact inflection in Hamilton's voice when he debated a point of law. Many historians would later marvel at her recollections, which filled gaps in the archival, a record. It was as if she carried a living library of Hamilton's life in her heart. Yet, that collaboration was not free of emotional toll. Revisiting the events leading up to the duel forced her to confront old wounds. Tears occasionally halted her storytelling, especially when she recounted the final hours of Hamilton's life. John Church pressed gently, wanting to capture every detail for posterity. Eliza, sensing the greater purpose, persevered. She recognized that telling Hamilton's story might help the nation appreciate the foundations he helped lay. Structures like the Treasury Department, the National Bank, and the concept of federal credit. In 1828, she traveled briefly to Washington, D.C., invited by friends who remembered her philanthropic achievements. The capital had grown since her earlier visits. Monuments dotted the landscape, celebrating founding fathers. She experienced a bittersweet pride passing tributes to men Hamilton had worked alongside: George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, and James Madison. Some pointed out the conspicuous absence of Hamilton's own monument. She shrugged it off, insisting that the measure of a person's influence lay not in stone effigies, but in living institutions. With the passage of time, she also became more candid about the Reynolds scandal, though still discreet. In private conversations, she admitted the pain had never vanished, but she framed it as a testament to the flawed humanity even brilliant people carry. Her capacity to forgive reflected a deep spirituality. She attended church regularly, praying for unity in a country that seemed perpetually on the brink of new conflicts, nullification crises, debates over slavery, and the push westward. Living well into her golden years, she gathered a tight circle of confidants. Often they found her mending clothing for orphan children, or proofreading a letter for John Church's next manuscript draft. She rarely sought acclaim for her charitable work. If praised, she gently redirected attention to the cause itself. For her, the real triumph lay in ensuring children had a chance at life, just as the nation's founders had tried to secure opportunity for future generations. In 1832, she experienced another heartbreak when her oldest son, Philip Jr., passed away after a struggle with illness. Each loss reminded her of time's relentless march. Yet, her faith and familial bonds kept her grounded. She wrote that her love for God and for the late General Hamilton fortified her soul against despair. Approaching 80, Elizabeth Schuyler. Hamilton was more than a relic of a revolutionary era. She was a living narrative of strength, weaving personal tragedy and national memory into a single tapestry of compassion and hope. Elizabeth Schill Hamilton lived to see Andrew Jackson's presidency and the beginnings of the Industrial Revolution. She watched America morph into a nation both deeply reflective of its revolutionary roots and straining toward modernity. Railroads spread, factories arose, as this political scene erupted with fresh tensions over states' rights and potential expansion. By now, Eliza was considered a venerable figure, one of the last living links to the nation's founding generation. In her final years, she resided in a modest home in Washington, D.C., partly to be nearer some of her children. The city had matured since the muddy, partly built capital she once knew. She took quiet walks with visitors, reflecting on how her husband had helped shape the financial systems that fueled such growth. Political leaders occasionally sought her out for anecdotal insights, hoping to glean from her personal glimpses into Hamilton's strategies and relationships. She obliged politely, though she often reminded them that real progress required fresh ideas, not mere nostalgia. Her commitment to philanthropy never waned. Even in advanced age, she attended Orphan Asylum Society meetings when possible, offering guidance on fundraising and resource management. Younger trustees listened intently, aware that the society's founding mother was still sharp despite her frailty. In many ways, the orphanage had become a symbol of her life's work, caring for the vulnerable, preserving hope amidst adversity. Ensuring the completeness of John Church Hamilton's father's biography was one of her most cherished final projects. She reviewed the final drafts, contributing details she'd previously withheld or forgotten. She emphasized Hamilton's unwavering dedication to the Union, his progressive stances on federal power, and his unrelenting push for financial stability. Some editorial disagreements arose, particularly around the Reynolds affair, but Eliza insisted on honesty tempered by grace. The published volumes, though not immediate bestsellers, gradually shaped public understanding of Hamilton's legacy. As her health declined, her family closed ranks around her. Letters from grandchildren poured in stories of their studies, their marriages, their small triumphs. Eliza's once robust figure had become frail, but her mind held firm. She reminisced about ballrooms in Albany, the swirling war councils at her childhood home, and the day she first locked eyes with a brash young officer in revolutionary garb. Occasional visitors found her reading the Federalist Papers by candlelight, as if reacquainting herself with Hamilton's voice. She also kept a well-worn Bible, reflecting a faith that had buoyed her through heartbreak after heartbreak. Prayer to her was less about ceremony and more about continuous conversation with a higher power that had guided her from war to widowhood. In these final dialogues with God, she found peace, certain that her labors, both familial and charitable, held meaning beyond mortal life. Elizabeth Schuyler Hamilton died on November the 9th, 1854, at the age of 97. Her passing marked the end of an era. Obituaries praised her dedication to preserving Alexander Hamilton's legacy and championing charitable causes. Publications recounted her devotion to the Orphan Asylum Society and her unwavering presence during the tumultuous birth of the Republic. While she never held public office, her influence was palpable in the communities she served and in the narratives of America's founding. She was buried near her husband in the graveyard of Trinity Church in Manhattan, reuniting them in eternal rest beneath the city skyline he had once helped transform. For decades, the memory of her kindness lingered in the stories told by those who knew her. A woman who had endured scandal and jewel-driven tragedy, only to emerge as a symbol of grace. In the decades following her death, interest in Hamilton's financial genius grew, spurred by economic expansions and civil conflict. Historians found in Eliza's carefully guarded letters a trove of insight into the man behind the policies. Her philanthropic legacy endured, with the orphanage continuing to serve children well into the modern age. Over time, as the nation wrestled with the complexities of its founding ideals, the figure of Eliza gained renewed appreciation. She was not merely the devoted wife of her founding father, but a quiet architect of social welfare and historical stewardship in her own right. To this day, visitors at Hamilton's gravesite often spare a moment for Elizabeth Schill Hamilton. Her story underscores how the quieter characters of history can profoundly shape a nation's ethos. Tonight, we explore the life and contributions of Rosalind Franklin, the brilliant scientist whose pioneering work in X-ray crystallography was instrumental in the discovery of the DNA double helix. Her dedication to science and her role in one of the most significant breakthroughs of the 20th century continue to inspire generations of researchers today. So before you relax, as always, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel if our content helps you. Also, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. We're always open to requests for stories boring and interesting. If you guys ever have any in mind, let us know. Now get rid of those bright lights, turn on your fan if you have one, and let's begin. Rosalind Franklin's name often appears as a footnote in the story of DNA, overshadowed by the fame of James Watson and Francis Crick. Yet her life was neither trivial nor easily summarized. Born in London in 1920 to a prominent Jewish family, she grew up when few encouraged women to pursue rigorous science. Even as a child, she displayed a fierce hunger for knowledge that defied social norms. Her father, Ellis Franklin, supported her education, yet worried about her independent streak. At St. Paul's Girls' School, she excelled in math, chemistry, and languages, while her peers aimed at more conventional futures. A scholarship to Newnham College, Cambridge, put her among mentors who valued her promise, but questioned women's roles in labs. Undeterred, she poured energy into research, proving her place through diligent work. When World War II broke out, Britain needed scientists. She joined the British Coal Utilisation Research Association, studying carbon's micro-ruptures. There, she discovered a passion for methodical experimentation. She also encountered X-ray crystallography, a technique aligning perfectly with her meticulous nature. After the war, a fellowship in Paris brought her to Jacques Maring's lab, where she refined her skill in X-ray diffraction. Her high standards and exacting methods yielded notable papers on carbon structure, establishing her as a rising star in crystallography. By the early 1950s, King's College London offered her a position to study DNA. Maurice Wilkins and his team believed X-ray diffraction could unlock the molecule's secrets. Franklin arrived armed with expertise, determined to implement new protocols and improve equipment. Lab tensions surfaced quickly. Wilkins had expected a collaborator. Franklin insisted on autonomy. Some colleagues admired her precision, while others found her difficult. Still, she pressed on, convinced that careful data could cut through any confusion. Working with her student Raymond Gosling, she captured a series of images, the most famous labeled photo, revealing a striking helical pattern. She wanted more evidence before announcing a conclusion, preferring thoroughness over speculation. Yet behind the scenes, her data slipped into other hands. Unbeknownst to her, a colleague showed Watson and Crick her diffraction results. Already pursuing a helical model, they seized her findings as key confirmation. Franklin, for the moment, was focused on perfecting her analysis, unaware that her painstaking work was fueling a major discovery elsewhere. Even so, the tension at King's grew. Franklin's direct style clashed with Wilkins's reserved manner. She believed in complete control over her research methods, irritating those accustomed to a more hierarchical lab. But she remained steadfast, adjusting humidity levels and rechecking angles to sharpen her images. Each improvement hinted she was on the brink of a monumental revelation. That revelation, however, would not bear her name alone. While Franklin refined her data, Watson and Crick raced forward, preparing to unveil their model of deep. She had no inkling of the behind-the-scenes drama. In the dark room, her camera captured crystal patterns that would change biology. She trusted her data to speak for itself, unaware that the world soon would hail Watson and Crick as the architects of DNA's double helix. At this stage, Franklin's story was poised between breakthrough and overshadowing. Her rigorous approach had delivered vital clues to life's molecular code. Yet social dynamics and academic politics threatened to rob her of due credit. In the realm of science, data does not always guarantee recognition for the one who gathers it. Rose and Franklin had produced a priceless glimpse into DNA's form, setting the stage for history to unfold in ways she could not have predicted. She was born into a family of philanthropic tradition, with her uncle serving as the first Jewish mayor of London. From a young age, she was taught the importance of service and intellectual rigor, a combination that would shape her character. In her teenage years, she gained a reputation for sharp wit and an unwavering focus on academic goals. These traits did not always endear her to peers who expected more demure behavior, but she was undeterred. She had glimpsed a future in which women could stand at the frontier of discovery, and she was determined to claim it. In her journals, she expressed a love for puzzles and a fascination with structure. Whether examining minerals or deciphering abstract problems, she found solace in unraveling complexities. This mindset translated seamlessly into her later work, where precision became both her shield and her compass. It also fueled her tenacity, driving her to pursue every question until she reached its hidden core. Rosalind Franklin's arrival at King's College London came with grand hopes, but the lab's culture soon tested her resolve. She joined Maurice Wilkins, who believed they would share DNA research duties. Franklin's forthright style, however, clashed with Wilkins' quieter approach. Worse, the leadership chain for the DNA project remained vague, fostering confusion about who was truly in charge. Despite these challenges, Franklin pressed on, exploring how DNA fibers changed under varying humidity. She distinguished between A and B forms of the molecule, and her Phidias X-ray diffraction work produced the famed photo, which showed an unmistakable helical pattern. Franklin acknowledged the significance of the image, yet she refrained from making hasty assumptions. She spent hours perfecting exposures, checking angles, and analyzing the precise details etched onto photographic plates. Meanwhile, across town at the Kendish Laboratory in Cambridge, James Watson and Francis Crick took a contrasting approach. Model builders at heart, they chased the DNA structure by trial and error, fueled by snippets of data gleaned from various sources. When Wilkins revealed Photo 51 to Watson, unbeknownst to Franklin, the evidence dovetailed perfectly with their double helix hunch. By early 1953, Watson and Crick completed a model that would make scientific history. Their publication in Nature was concise yet transformative, announcing a double helical structure that explained DNA's replication mechanism. Wilkins and Franklin each contributed supportive papers, but the spotlight fell squarely on Watson and Crick. Franklin's images and calculations, though pivotal, were presented as secondary confirmations rather than driving forces. She felt the sting of exclusion, yet pressed on, finalizing her analyses of the molecule's geometry. This period at King's grew more strained. Franklin's rapport with Wilkins had cooled. She seemed unwilling to compromise on rigorous standards, and he resented her independence. The department itself provided limited support, content to bask in the sudden acclaim for the DNA breakthrough. Franklin, meanwhile, was left to grapple with how her painstaking data had been used without her direct consent. Recognizing that her future lay elsewhere, she began seeking a new post where she could direct her research on her terms. Opportunity arose at Birkbeck College, headed by crystallographer John Desmond Bernal. Though the facilities there were humbler, the atmosphere promised greater autonomy. Franklin decided to leave King's, taking with her a wealth of expertise and the resolve to avoid another scientific turf war. She briefly concluded her work by publishing her final observations on the structural nuances of DNA. While Watson, Crick, and Wilkins basked in growing accolades, Franklin exited quietly, determined to reorient her career. She did not wholly abandon DNA. Friends and colleagues occasionally asked for her insights, and she answered candidly. Yet, she had no desire to entangle herself further in debates about authorship or recognition. The overshadowing she experienced became a cautionary tale. In science, data is currency, and the one who controls its dissemination wields significant power. Franklin preferred to move forward, rather than dwell on what might have been done differently. In her last months at King's, she remained cordial but distant, focusing on practical tasks. Her colleagues recognized her departure as a loss. Her techniques have been central to illuminating DNA. Still, few openly acknowledged the imbalance that had allowed others to leap ahead with her findings. Privately, Franklin harbored disappointment at the mischance for genuine collaboration. Yet, she rarely indulged in public complaints, believing the project's success should outweigh personal grievances. She fully engaged in planning her new life at Birkbeck by the mid-1953. She aimed to pivot to viruses, which she saw as a logical extension of molecular biology. If DNA held the code, viruses manipulated it for replication. It was a fresh frontier, free of the swirl around the double helix. Some wondered if she might regret turning away from a molecule that had just earned global fame. But Franklin's mind was already set. She craved an environment where precision and exploration mattered more than departmental politics or star power. In this decision, Rosalind Franklin demonstrated a fierce independence that would define her future endeavors. The DNA story continued to unfold with Watson, Crick, and Wilkins moving into the scientific limelight. Franklin, meanwhile, headed for new challenges, confident that her diligence and clear-sighted approach would again yield groundbreaking discoveries. The transition set the stage for the next chapter of her life, a chapter in which viruses, not DNA, would become her primary focus. Rosalind Franklin's move to Birkbeck College in 1953 allowed her to escape the tensions around DNA and forge a fresh path in virus research under John Desmond Bernal. She found greater independence for her meticulous approach. While viruses lacked the immediate fame of DNA, Franklin considered them equally vital. If DNA was life's blueprint, viruses were intruders capable of hijacking that plan. Her chosen subject, the tobacco mosaic virus TMV, presented unique challenges. Franklin painstakingly prepared samples to ensure uniformity, using X-ray diffraction. To decode TMV's rod-like structure, she teamed up with Aaron Clough and others, methodically interpreting diffraction patterns. Even as a smaller lab, Birkbeck became a haven where Franklin could shape projects by her exacting standards. She still carried scars from King's College. Some wondered why she had shifted from DNA to viruses, but Franklin pressed forward. Drawing parallels to her earlier work, she again insisted on data-driven analysis, never rushing to publish before confirming every detail. Her lab environment combined intensity with a collaborative spirit, offering trainees an unparalleled education and crystallographic rigor. Between 1954 and 1955, Franklin's group made steady gains. They confirmed TMV's protein subunits arranged in repeating units around the viral RNA. These findings, though less glamorous than the double helix, garnered respect among structural biologists. Unfazed by the overshadowing DNA narrative, Franklin kept expanding her scope. She ventured into spherical viruses, hypothesizing that structural symmetry might unify diverse pathogens. Her reputation grew, and she presented at conferences describing how the same methods that had illuminated DNA could unpack viral design. Publicly, Watson and Crick dominated headlines, but within crystallography circles, Franklin was acknowledged as a leading figure. She rarely spoke of the DNA controversy, though colleagues sensed unresolved feelings. Instead, she concentrated on perfecting viral data, believing scientific progress mattered more than personal credit. Outside the lab, Franklin led a quiet life. She enjoyed travel and found respite in the outdoors, but her main passion remained the quest to visualize biological structures. Funding was tight, and she often lobbied for grants to buy better equipment. Each new insight strengthened her conviction that viruses, small yet formidable, merited the same painstaking scrutiny as DING. By 1956, her work expanded further. Collaborators like Aaron Cook advanced diffraction analysis, revealing intricate protein shells encasing viral RNA. Franklin believed these advances might guide future strategies against viral diseases. The thoroughness she had applied to DNA now propelled biology forward, an accomplishment overshadowed by the double helix's spotlight, but crucial to understanding viral replication. Yet signs of illness emerged. She dismissed bouts of pain as stress, unwilling to slow down. Unbeknownst to her, she faced a serious condition that would soon escalate. For the moment, research remained her anchor, and she pressed on, analyzing each image that emerged from her diffraction apparatus. Her dedication ignited excitement at Birkbeck, motivating younger scientists to follow in her footsteps. Though Watson, Crick, and Wilkins gained prizes and public adoration for DNA, Franklin never openly displayed envy. Friends noted she remained courteous about the double helix, maintaining the stance that data, not politics, fueled real progress. In her lab, she was known for forging new ground in virus structure, determined that careful work would eventually earn its acknowledgement. Amid these virus studies, Franklin's commitment to excellence never wavered. She had departed King's to find a more supportive environment, and at Birkbeck, she discovered purpose in unraveling new puzzles. The breakthroughs she spearheaded may not have led to global headlines, but they contributed significantly to the emerging field of molecular virology. All the while, her health concerns simmered beneath the surface. She continued to travel and lecture, sharing insights and forging collaborations. Researchers worldwide adapted her techniques, marveling at how the same X-ray approach used on DNA could dissect viral architecture. Each success confirmed her choice to abandon the fame of DNA and explore a less explored path. Rosalind Franklin's years at Birkbeck stand as a testament to her resilience and intellectual drive. Where others saw missed fame, she saw a chance to deepen knowledge on a frontier with vast implications for medicine and agriculture. This period defined her as more than the woman behind photo. She became a leading light in virus crystallography, advancing an entire field through tireless devotion. By late 1956, Rosalind Franklin could no longer dismiss her discomfort as mere fatigue. Severe abdominal pain sent her to a specialist, where she received a stark diagnosis: ovarian cancer. News of the disease hit hard. She was only in her mid-30s, with a thriving lab at Birkbeck and an unrelenting drive to uncover the secrets of viruses. She tackled the situation with the same unwavering determination that characterized her scientific pursuits. Franklin underwent surgery, followed by radiation treatments that left her exhausted. Remarkably, she insisted on working whenever she felt even a little strength. Her laboratory colleagues witnessed a woman who, despite obvious pain, maintained precise standards and pressed forward with X-ray diffraction experiments. Some urged her to rest, but she believed that meaningful research could serve as a form of hope, both for herself and for the broader scientific quest. Meanwhile, her research group continued its progress on tobacco mosaic virus. Aaron Klug and John Finch helped manage day-to-day tasks, but Franklin remained the intellectual force behind the projects, analyzing data from her hospital bed when necessary. She had always been meticulous, but now her instructions became even more methodical, as if every experiment needed to be double-checked due to the uncertainty of time. Medical treatments showed initial promise. Franklin's health rebounded enough for her to attend conferences and deliver lectures with renewed vigor. In early 1957, she traveled to the United States to discuss her virus findings. Colleagues there marveled at her clarity of thought and appreciated her willingness to share data and techniques. She returned to London with fresh ideas for comparing the structures of different plant viruses. Convinced that a unifying principle might exist across various shapes and sizes, her perseverance garnered admiration from both peers and subordinates. Many had witnessed how overshadowed she'd been in the DNA story. Yet here she was, forging new breakthroughs under the most challenging circumstances. In private, Franklin confessed occasional frustration about the slow recognition for her virus work, but she rarely let bitterness creep into daily lab interactions. Instead, she strove to uplift younger researchers, reminding them that quality data was the bedrock of scientific progress. That year, she initiated a project examining the poliovirus structure. Though she knew it would be demanding, polio remained a global health concern, and Franklin hoped that precise diffraction studies might reveal new angles for vaccine development. She collaborated with researchers at other institutions, coordinating sample exchanges and cross-checking results. The effort required significant energy, but Franklin refused to lower her standards. By mid-1957, however, her health took another downturn. Hospital visits became more frequent, and her doctors suggested further treatments. This time, the prognosis was darker. She confided in a few close friends, admitting she feared she might not complete her most ambitious projects. Still, she held onto the lab as her anchor, juggling medical appointments with diffraction sessions that extended late into the night. In August, a sudden improvement sparked renewed optimism. She joked with colleagues about planning a celebratory trip once she fully recovered. Letters to friends abroad show her balance and gratitude for extended life, with a scientist's inherent curiosity about her illness. She compared cancer's invasion to a virus infiltrating a cell, determined to observe and fight it with all the tools available. Yet, the disease progressed relentlessly. By fall, pain flared again, and even routine tasks became difficult. Franklin's unwavering determination masked its severity to most outsiders. She drafted research notes from her bed outlining next steps for her team. In an act of foresight, she delegated leadership roles, ensuring that ongoing experiments wouldn't falter if she had to step away. Those around her admired this quiet resilience. Despite her personal struggles, Franklin never overlooked the wider impact of her research. She viewed viruses as intricate pieces of nature, with each discovery serving as a crucial tool for comprehending disease and safeguarding human lives. Observers found her courage extraordinary, though she rarely framed herself as heroic. In her view, she was simply continuing what she had always done, methodically gathering data, refining conclusions, and believing in the power of science to uplift humanity. As 1957 came to an end, Rosalind Franklin found herself at a pivotal point. Her lab is brimming with fascinating research on viruses that may help unravel biological mysteries. She had a disease that no amount of scientific rigor could cure. Early 1958 brought new waves of uncertainty as Rosalind Franklin's health deteriorated. Yet within the Birkbeck lab, momentum persisted. She had established a system of shared responsibilities, ensuring that vital experiments continued, even if she needed hospitalization. Aaron Klug and others stepped up, organizing data from the tobacco mosaic virus and now the polio virus studies Franklin had launched. Despite her weakened state, she remained mentally sharp, offering guidance from her bedside and carefully written directives. Franklin's presence was palpable during her occasional visits to the lab. Sporting a lab coat over her frail frame, she would scrutinize the latest diffraction photographs, pointing out slight anomalies in symmetry or angle. Colleagues found it both inspiring and heartbreaking. Here was a world-class mind refusing to yield even as her body faltered. She updated notebooks with unwavering clarity, as though the act of writing itself could keep her tethered to the work she loved. Her medical team advised rest, but Franklin pressed on, citing not mere stubbornness, but an ethical drive. In her view, scientific progress was a collective venture. If her findings could improve the understanding of viruses, she owed it to the broad DARE community to see them through. When friends gently questioned whether it was wise to push so hard, she confessed that focusing on data helped stave off despair. The lab was her sanctuary, a place where logic and discovery overshadowed personal anxieties. One highlight came in February 1958. A journal accepted her team's detailed paper on TMV's structural transitions. Lauding Franklin's rigorous methodology, she allowed herself a quiet moment of satisfaction, knowing such recognition was hard-won. A few days later, she penned letters to collaborators proposing further investigations into spherical virus shells. Though physically diminished, her intellectual curiosity knew no bounds. Outside the lab, Franklin's close circle began preparing for the possibility of bad news. Her father, Ellis, had passed away years earlier, but extended family members rallied around her. She maintained stoicism, rarely discussing prognosis. Instead, she inquired about others' well-being, asked about the latest scientific gossip, and meticulously planned the next steps for her virus research. In quieter moments, she reflected on how a woman once overshadowed in the DNA saga had found renewed purpose. She never openly declared regret, though some friends perceived a lingering sadness that she might not see the end of certain viral inquiries. Rumors circulated about potential nominations for significant awards. Though Watson, Crick, and Wilkins had gained global fame, a few scientific bodies recognized Franklin's independent contributions. Nothing concrete materialized, however, and she expressed little interest in accolades. She believed real achievement lay in the data itself, the patterns, the angles, the consistent results that built a foundation for future work. As spring approached, her symptoms worsened, sharp pains returned, and another surgery was scheduled. This time, medical intervention offered diminishing returns. Franklin faced the prospect that her life might be cut short. Yet she approached this possibility with the same methodical calm she brought to her experiments. She revised her will, setting aside funds for scientific causes and ensuring that certain personnel items went to cherished friends. She also took steps to safeguard her research, instructing Klug and others on how to best archive her notebooks and X-ray films. On excellent days, she still made brief appearances at Birkbeck. One morning in April, she examined new images of the polio virus, noting symmetrical patterns that hinted at a uniform protein arrangement. The conversation that followed, held in hushed tones behind a cluttered desk, grimmed with excitement. She encouraged her colleagues to pursue further refining of these samples, convinced the results might be pivotal. Yet, by mid-April, her hospital stays grew longer. In a final letter to a mentor in Paris, Franklin described a sense of urgency. She felt every hour counted. She signed off with a mixture of humor and resolve, quipping that illness might slow her body, but never her mind. The note ended abruptly, suggesting that even writing had become laborious. Still, the spirit that had guided her from St. Paul's Girls' School through King's College and Birkbeck remained intact. She had consistently emphasized the importance of data over speculation. Now, as life's uncertainties narrowed, she held to that principle more fiercely than ever. Every experiment completed, every photograph taken, was a small triumph over the frailties of the human condition. In that sense, she transformed her final months into a testament to scientific dedication, a brief but shining era when personal adversity bowed before the truth. Rosalind Franklin passed away on April 16, 1958, at the age of 37. The immediate shock rippled through her colleagues at Birkbeck and beyond. Many had witnessed her stubborn fight against illness, but news of her death still felt sudden, as though a brilliant light had been snuffed out too soon. She had left behind half-finished projects on the structure of viruses, along with meticulously kept notebooks that offered clues for future breakthroughs. Tributes poured in from across the scientific community. John Desmond Bernal lauded her unwavering devotion to exacting research. Aaron Klug, who had worked closely with her, publicly credited Franklin's methods for pushing their studies of TMV and poliovirus forward. Even Maurice Wilkins, whose relationship with Franklin had been tense, expressed regret that they never truly reconciled. In hushed conversations, some recalled how her DNA data had been pivotal to Watson and Crick's success. lamenting that she never saw the global accolades that might have been hers under fairer circumstances. Outside these professional circles, however, the name Rosalind Franklin barely registered. Watson and Crick's double helix model had claimed the public's imagination, casting other contributors and peripheral roles. Newspapers printed short obituaries focusing mainly on DNA pioneer dies young, but offered scant detail about her virus research. In one sense, Franklin's passing mirrored her life, vital work overshadowed by a louder narrative. Yet for those who understood her impact, the mourning came with resolve. Aaron Klug led efforts to preserve her virus samples and continue her research lines. He believed that Franklin's legacy deserved more than a fleeting eulogy. Scholars at Birkbeck and elsewhere vowed to finish the task she had begun, analyzing the protein shells of various viruses and refining the diffraction method she had pioneered. In their hands, her notebooks became living documents, guiding new experiments and interpretations. Meanwhile, Watson, Crick, and Wilkins navigated a complex emotional space. The broader public saw them as the DNA triumvirate. Privately, they acknowledged that Franklin's data had accelerated their discoveries. Wilkins, in particular, hinted in letters that he wished circumstances had played out differently, yet the train of recognition had long since left the station. The Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine loomed on the horizon. Franklin, no longer alive, was ineligible under the rules of the Nobel Committee, leaving many to debate whether her name would have appeared on that honor had she survived. Franklin's work on viruses started to yield results in a distinct area of science. The structural insights gleaned from her approach informed the eventual creation of vaccines and treatments. Subsequent generations of researchers delving into polio and other viral pathogens cited her pioneering methods. Over time, references to Franklin's approach or Franklin's precision surfaced in published papers. In these specialized circles, her influence quietly grew, yet in the popular imagination, her role in DNA remained a buried footnote. The double helix story retold in magazines and television specials typically highlighted the eureka moments of Watson and Crick. Rarely did they emphasize the behind-the-scenes images or the quiet researcher who died young. To her friends, the loss was both painful and unsurprising. They recognized that history often favors the bold personalities who announce breakthroughs, not the meticulous minds working in the shadows. Still, there were flickers of recognition. A handful of articles in scientific periodicals praised her for bridging chemistry and biology. Female scientists in particular found in Franklin a model of perseverance. She had, after all, navigated a male-dominated field with unflinching dedication. Her story suggested that brilliance alone does not guarantee acclaim, especially when personal politics and timing intervene. In the months following her funeral, Bernal and Klug compiled her unpublished data, releasing some of it in collaborative papers. These publications helped biology advance gradually, even though they didn't make the front page. Franklin's name appeared on the author lists, a silent reminder that her drive and insight continued to shape new discoveries even beyond her death. Thus, Rosalind Franklin's physical presence vanished in the final tally of 1958, but her methods and findings endured. Scientists who encountered her meticulous records spoke of feeling her presence. Each measured angle, each note on humidity, each reference to precise conditions. In that precision lay her enduring signature, a blueprint for doing science with exactitude and grace. The world at large might have moved on, but in small labs scattered across the globe, Franklin's influence quietly persisted, seeding the breakthroughs of what of tomorrow. In the decades after Rosalind Franklin's death, her legacy evolved in slow, transformative ways. During the 1960s and 1970s, Watson, Crick, and Wilkins became household names, culminating in their shared Nobel Prize in 1962. Franklin, omitted from that honor by both death and circumstance, remained largely in the shadows of popular history. Yet, among certain scientists, her reputation for precision and perseverance quietly grew. At Birkbeck College, Younger researchers carried on the virus studies she had pioneered. Aaron Klug's eventual Nobel Prize in Chemistry recognized his work on protein nucleic acid complexes pursuit deeply rooted in Franklin's methodology. In interviews, he pointedly credited her meticulous techniques for guiding his path. References to Franklin's X-ray approach began appearing in biology circles, an acknowledgement that her role extended beyond DNA. Still, mainstream awareness lagged. School textbooks celebrated the double helix as Watson and Crick's triumph. Only a handful of paragraphs, if any, acknowledged Franklin's photo or the King's College drama. A shifting social climate, however, sparked renewed interest in lesser-known female scientists. Feminist scholars and historians began probing archival materials, determined to uncover the stories of women whose contributions had been eclipsed. By the 1980s, a wave of re-examinations cast a spotlight on Rosalind Franklin. Journalists and academics scrutinized correspondence, lab notes, and memoirs from her colleagues. They unearthed the reality that Franklin had not just assisted, but been instrumental in unraveling today's structure. The evidence showed that her data, shared without her full approval, had crystallized Watson and Crick's thinking. Popular media picked up on the controversy, framing Franklin as the wronged heroine of the DNA saga. While this characterization sometimes veered into caricature, it revived her name. Simultaneously, interest in her virus research flourished among specialists. A new generation of molecular biologists rediscovered her Birkbeck work, amazed at how she had tackled the complexities of viruses with the same tenacity she brought to dinner. A series of papers analyzing her notebooks revealed that her approaches to sample preparation and diffraction analysis were decades ahead of their time. Pharmaceutical researchers aiming to combat viral outbreaks drew inspiration from her methods, demonstrating that her impact reached far beyond a single molecule. By the 1990s, Rosalind Franklin became a symbol for women in STEM. Universities established fellowships and awards bearing her name, each designed to support female researchers in fields like chemistry, crystallography, and molecular biology. Statues and plaques appeared at King's College London and in her hometown, celebrating her achievements. Though many tributes still focused on DNA, the deeper picture of her broader scientific passion began to take shape. Documentaries and books offered more nuanced portraits. A brilliant scientist who navigated the prejudice of her time, worked herself to exhaustion and died young, leaving a treasure trove of insights. Debates about ethics and credit allocation continued, with some championing Watson and Crick's accomplishments, while also acknowledging the injustice done to Franklin. The complexities of her relationships at King's, her shift to Birkbeck, and her brave fight against cancer found their way into mainstream awareness, painting a portrait of a woman whose intellect defied the era's constraints. Today, Rosalind Franklin stands as a beacon of unyielding dedication. Her story resonates with those who value precision, resilience, and collaborative respect. Museums showcase her notebooks, featuring the small details that once seemed inconsequential. Meticulously labeled film plates, humidity logs, and carefully drawn diagrams. Each artifact testifies to her belief that every scrap of data mattered. In academic circles, Franklin's name now holds genuine weight. She is cited not as a footnote, but as a pioneer who bridged chemistry and biology, advanced crystallography, and helped birth modern biology research. Initiatives encourage young scientists, especially women, to follow her example, embodying curiosity, discipline, and the courage to question norms. The arc of Rosalind Franklin's reputation thus reveals a broader truth. Recognition in science can be capricious, delayed, or uneven. What was once overshadowed can, through persistent re-examination, rise to its rightful place. Franklin's data lit the path for one of the greatest discoveries in biology, and her virus research paved the way for critical future breakthroughs. Generations after her passing, the full story of her contributions has come into clearer focus, ensuring that her voice, once muffled, now echoes across labs and lecture halls worldwide. And just like that, we've reached the end of our main story tonight, about someone who was truly brilliant with science. Hopefully, you've already drifted to sleep by now, but if not, I know my insomniacs when I see them. We got your back with stories of different types in case this wasn't something interesting to you. I hope you have a fantastic day and get the best rest that you deserve. Sleep peacefully, my friends, and as always, good night. Nikola Tesla's boyhood in the small village of Smiljan, nestled in the rural reaches of the Austrian Empire, now Croatia, was as far removed from the noise of modern contraptions as one might imagine. Yet, even amid this pastoral backdrop, Tesla found ways to indulge his curiosity. His father, Milutin, was an Orthodox priest, often occupied by religious duties. But he also possessed a serious library where young Nicholas snuck away to read. In fact, Tesla frequently credited these secretive explorations for sparking his fascination with science. Meanwhile, his mother, Juka, a resourceful and gifted woman, crafted household tools with her hands, granting Tesla a first-hand look at the interplay between imagination and utility. One story that rarely gets retold, overshadowed perhaps by grander anecdotes, involved a small wooden water he built at Hagenai. Determined to harness the churning stream that ran behind his home, Tesla carved rough paddles from scavenged driftwood and improvised an axle from a broken cart part. While the contrivance was crude, it worked sort of. It sputtered and jammed more often than it spun. But this half-success taught him the power of redirecting natural forces. Even as a child, he recognized that nature has tremendous energy just waiting to be tapped. It was also during these early years that Tesla started experiencing acute visualizations. Later, he described how bright flashes before his eyes would conjure vivid images of objects he hadn't even witnessed before. This phenomenon, which he called his mind's eye, sometimes unsettled people around him, but it had a silver lining. Whenever an idea flickered through his consciousness, he could examine its details in these mental pictures, rotating and refining them before he ever set pen to paper. This unique ability, often minimized in popular accounts, shaped his inventive process. Of course, not all was idyllic. As a schoolboy, Tesla nursed a rebellious streak and loathed rote memorization. His teacher once scolded him for insisting that the Earth was a giant magnet, telling the class that Tesla was letting his imagination run wild. The teacher was unaware of how close Tesla was to the truth, nor how that minor humiliation inspired him to study magnetism more thoroughly. Some say the seeds of his future AC motor began here in the tension between authority and Tesla's unwavering self-belief. In spare moments, the young Tesla found camaraderie with friends who joined in his experiments, like building hank-crank contraptions or trying to talk through tin can telephones. Yet, if a contraption failed, Tesla vanished into introspection, recalculating every step in his mind. In those hours, noon could pry him away from his reflections. It was as if he was lost in that luminous inner workshop. Despite bouts of quiet withdrawal, Tesla still lived in a household that valued performance, especially rhetorical flair. His father believed in the power of eloquence and would often deliver stirring orations. Perhaps this is how Tesla learned to present radical ideas with poise. He also gleaned from his mother the virtue of patient tinkering, an aspect overshadowed by stories of his brilliant flashes of insight. Though untrained formally, Juka's improvisational skill showed him that great inventions need not come from grand laboratories. They could begin at a humble table or by the riverside, as long as one had the drive to see them through. By the time he reached adolescence, Tesla had devoured nearly every science book in his father's library. He immersed himself in electricity, magnetism, and mechanical wonders, his fascination growing with each page. Late at night, when the household slept and a single kerosene lamp flickered in the corridor, Tesla mulled over new concepts, making mental notes on how to apply them. He never just read. He scouted for clues, each bit of knowledge layering onto his mental designs. These experiences in Smiljan form the bedrock of a lifetime of invention. While the world would one day witness Tesla's theatrical experiments and transformative discoveries, it all began beside a murmuring creek and within the hush of a modest library. There, free from urban clamor, Tesla learned the value of curiosity, observation, and sustained determination. It was in this unassuming domain, where wooden water wheels sputtered and a boy's imagination soared, that the seeds of an extraordinary destiny first took root. Perhaps most telling, these formative years cemented in Tesla a lifelong pattern of introspection and experimentation. The young inventor not only absorbed knowledge, he reinvented it in his imagination. For him, Smiljan was not a backwater. It was a secluded incubator for unexplored possibilities. Tesla's departure from home was spurred by academic pursuits that beckoned him to larger arenas, eventually landing him at the Austrian Polytechnic in Graz. The environment there demanded rigor, which suited Tesla's capacity for total immersion. He sank his teeth into mathematics, physics, and mechanics with a feverish intensity. Professors noted his uncanny ability to answer complex theoretical questions without referencing textbooks, a result of his extraordinary mental visualization. However, the spark that truly lit his imagination was the direct current DC electrical machinery in the school's labs. Conventional wisdom suggested DC was the future of power. But Tesla found its inefficiencies maddening, observing how DC motors generated sparks and wasted energy. He questioned how nobody noticed a better pathway, when one professor pronounced that harnessing alternating current AC at scale was an impossibility. Tesla resisted the urge to argue. Instead, he spent late nights in his boarding room sketching out rotating magnetic fields in his head. If he dozed off at all, it was with diagrams dancing across his eyelids. Despite his academic prowess, Tesla's stint in Graz did not end smoothly. Exhaustion and perhaps an underlying rebellious streak contributed to friction with university administrators. He once rigged an experiment to demonstrate a refined method for measuring electric resistance. When the apparatus short-circuited, Tesla found himself facing the wrath of a professor, outraged by unorthodox experimentation. Feeling unwelcome, Tesla walked out, leaving conventional academia behind. From Graz, Tesla moved to other opportunities, including a brief and often overlooked period in Marburg, now Maribor, Slovenia. There, a shadow seemed to fall over him. Separated from the camaraderie of classmates, he grappled with bouts of anxiety. Without structured lab access, Tesla turned to solitary experiments, tinkering with leftover scraps of metal and wire. Yet the gloom of isolation gnawed at him, and he eventually returned home for a spell. His confidence rattled, but not shattered. It was in Budapest. While working at the Budapest Telephone Exchange, that Tesla began to regain his footing in that frenetic workspace. He was tasked with improving the NENT telephone system's design. One lesser circulated story details how Tesla once clambered onto a rooftop to adjust overhead lines, the lightning flashes giving him new ideas about high-frequency current. Colleagues regarded him as eccentric competent. Crucially, it was during a routine walk through Budapest's city park that the notion of the rotating magnetic field crystallized in his mind, inspired by a poem he recited aloud. Tesla abruptly stopped, drew a stick from the ground, and began tracing swirling diagrams in the dirt. He explained to his companion how two or more alternating currents out of phase could induce a rotating field capable of spinning a motor. That eureka moment set the course for his next inventions. It was an unveiling of practical AC concepts in the most unassuming of settings, far from any official laboratory. Shortly after, Tesla found himself with an opportunity in Paris, working for the Continental Edison Company. His tasks involved troubleshooting installations of Edison's DC systems, the very technology that had vexed him back at Graz. Even so, the job introduced him to real-world engineering challenges, from power outages to generator malfunctions. By day, Tesla tackled these issues, becoming something of a specialist in diagnosing electrical breakdowns. By night, he refined sketches of his AC motor, desperately wishing for the chance to build a prototype. The interplay between the daily grind of DC hardware maintenance and the nightly pursuit of AC innovation lent Tesla's life a peculiar duality, an unresolved tension between the present and what he believed the future should be, although overshadowed by the high drama of later years. These formative experiences taught Tesla resilience. He learned how to negotiate limited resources, how to observe the smallest anomalies in mechanical performance, and how to coax visions from his mind into workable sketches. More importantly, his confidence in the feasibility of AC power solidified, even as he undertook the tedium of DC-based assignments. The world around him might have regarded AC as a flight of fancy, but in his eyes, it was the rightful heir to the electrical throne, waiting for its moment to shine. Tesla's fateful journey to the United States in 1884 has often been romanticized, yet a host of lesser-known details enrich that narrative. He arrived in New York with next to nothing, carrying a letter of introduction to Thomas Edison from his former employer in Paris. The letter supposedly claimed Tesla was an exceptional engineer who would produce wonders. In popular retellings, this encounter frames Tesla and Edison as instant rivals, but in truth, their relationship began with cautious respect. Edison recognized Tesla's competence right away and put him to work on projects deemed too intricate or menial for others. There's a story, one not widely circulated, that Tesla fixed a defective shipboard lighting system, saving Edison's company from contract penalties. Tesla never used it as leverage. Still, Edison noticed. Intrigued by Tesla's meticulous approach, he assigned him to redesign DC generators. Tesla toiled day and night, confident his improvements would prove their worth, and they did. But when he sought remuneration, misunderstandings piled up. It wasn't a single dispute over a massive bonus, more a pattern of unkempt promises and blurred expectations. By early 1885, the veneer of cordiality evaporated and Tesla left Edison's employee. That was the genesis of a rivalry later amplified by newspapers, driven more by conflicting technologies than personal hatred. Financial troubles beset Tesla almost immediately. With few acquaintances in New York, he found himself digging ditches for $2 a day. Yet, it might have been that physical labor under a harsh sun that sharpened his resolve. He told a friend that, while his body dug ditches, his mind was far away describing elliptical arcs of thought. Where some might have fallen into despair, Tesla saw an interval to refine his intended path. That path led to the formation of Tesla Electric Light and Manufacturing, his first entrepreneurial venture in America. He secured backers who at first promised to let him develop arc lighting systems and eventually his prized AC motors. However, once Tesla delivered an efficient arc lighting solution, those investors showed no interest in AC. Capital wanted quick returns, not imaginative leaps. Frustrated, Tesla found himself pushed out of the very company bearing his name. This episode left him wary of business partnerships and taught him that investors valued immediate profit over long-term vision. Undeterred, Tesla began to demonstrate his AC motor concept in small lecture halls around the city. One venue, the back room of a modest Manhattan building, had an audience of barely 20 people, but among them was Alfred S. Brown, the Western Union superintendent who recognized Tesla's potential. Another backer, Charles Peck, also attended. Together, they formed a partnership with Tesla, pledging to support his AC technology. These unglamorous sessions laid vital groundwork for Tesla's next breakthrough. Soon, with newfound supporters, Tesla established a laboratory at 89 Liberty Street, Manhattan. Amid coils of wire and improvised setups, he tinkered relentlessly. The space was cramped, but offered freedom. He constructed prototypes of the polyphase AC motor, painstakingly refining them until they could run smoothly under load. Maintaining a consistent rotating magnetic field was one challenge. Ensuring it didn't damage the apparatus over time was another. Tesla tackled each obstacle systematically, relying on mental simulations before any real-world tests. One anecdote from this period recounts Tesla experimenting with high-speed turbines that let out unnerving whines. Passers-by grew wary, prompting multiple visits from the local fire brigade after neighbors complained of sparks. Tesla, oblivious to the fuss, would apologize earnestly, then resume his adjustments the moment they left. Such episodes highlight his tendency to live almost entirely in his realm of ideas, paying little heed to outside alarm. While public fascination with the electricity was on the rise, spurred by the novelty of electric lights, most industrialists still viewed AC with caution. Tesla's goal was not simply to make AC motors feasible, but to persuade key players that this technology was reliable, safe, and profitable. Each small success in his lab bolstered his resolve, inching him closer to a grand future shaped by alternating current, truly unstoppable. By 1888, Tesla was ready to unveil his AC motor to the world, and the venue was the American Institute of Electrical Engineers. While typical accounts highlight the significance of this event, few explore the hushed excitement that filled that lecture hall. Attendees included professors, journalists, and industrial titans, all abuzz with talk of a new era in electrical distribution. Some were openly skeptical. Others arrived hoping to witness the demise of what they considered an impossible dream. Tesla walked onto the stage with a calm demeanor, unveiling his motor and discussing its principles with methodical precision. Crucially in the audience, at George Westinghouse, who had embraced AC for power transmission, impressed by Tesla's clarity and the elegant simplicity of his motor, Westinghouse quickly reached out. In negotiations, he purchased Tesla's patents for a substantial sum and promised royalties for every horsepower generated by his inventions. While mainstream retellings mentioned the deal, the nuance of their discussions shaped by Tesla's vision for future expansions of AC often remains overlooked. With Westinghouse's backing, Tesla moved into a well-resourced facility in Pittsburgh to refine his designs for commercial production. The cultural shift from his Liberty Street lab to an industrial setting was stark. Tesla sought perfect synergy of frequency and voltage. While corporate engineers focused on the standardized parts, despite tension, seeing his motors mass-produced thrilled him. He was elated when AC Systems lit parts of the 1893 World Coleon Exposition in Chicago, showcasing a cityscape aglow with alternating current courtesy of Westinghouse and Tesla. A lesser-known interlude occurred when Tesla visited Niagara Falls to survey the planned hydroelectric station. Standing at the brink of the thundering cascade, he reportedly mused that harnessing such power would reflect humanity's harmony with nature. When it went online, delivering electricity as far as Buffalo, it proved AC's potency. Yet the war of the currents, fueled by Edison's campaign labeling AC dangerous, cast shadows on these achievements. Edison's allies staged gruesome demonstrations, electrocuting animals to highlight AC's hazards. Tesla, though offended, avoided direct public attacks. Instead, he showcased AC's safety in flamboyant ways, passing high-frequency currents through himself to light lamps. Newspapers seized on these spectacles. Tesla disliked the familiar hype, but saw them as necessary to shift perception. Tesla's finances briefly soared. His arrangement with Westinghouse promised substantial gains as AC spread. However, Westinghouse soon faced financial strain from the Niagara project and market fluctuations when bankers threatened the Westinghouse company. Tesla made a dramatic choice. He released Westinghouse from the heavy royalty agreement. Some see it as altruism. Others suspect that he believed broader AC adoption would bring even greater wealth down the line. Either way, this decision cost him millions. That shift altered Tesla's partnership with Westinghouse. Meanwhile, his growing celebrity pushed him to chase new ideas. Fascinated by high-frequency currents and wireless power, he had doubt that AC power distribution was only a starting point. His pivot from the engineer to visionary signaled the dawn of a new phase. Yet the transition was uneasy. Industry leaders wanted market-ready products, not grand-at-gar Tesla, ever the dreamer yearned to break boundaries. This clash set the stage for his most audacious projects, some of which risked isolating him from commercial backers. Even so, as AC quietly became the worldwide standard, Tesla's decisive role could not be denied. He had toppled the seemingly immovable dice regime and paved the road for an era defined by alternating current, a feat that left him eager to explore even more uncharted terrain. These wins fueled Tesla's restless imagination, propelling further innovation. By the mid-1890s, Tesla had garnered a reputation as an inventor who might rewrite the laws of nature with each new contrivance. In truth, his methods combined meticulous trial and error with nights of solitary reflection. He fashioned advanced coils to produce high voltage, high frequency alternating currents, creating dramatic arcs of artificial lightning. While crowds flocked to watch his public lectures in Manhattan, Tesla was growing restless, longing for a place where he could attempt even bigger experiments, unencumbered by city constraints. That desire took him to Colorado Springs in 1899. Perched at a higher altitude where thinner air helped facilitate certain high-voltage tests, the remote location was an ideal laboratory. He set up shop at the edge of town, building a structure equipped with a tall mast jutting above the roofline. Locals spoke in hushed tones about lightning machines and eerie after-dark glows. Some worried about potential catastrophe, while others were simply curious about the lanky figure who wandered fields at odd hours, studying the interplay of natural lightning. Inside that workshop, Tesla probed frontiers that mainstream scientists had scarcely imagined. He fixated on the resonance of Earth's ionosphere, believing signals could be beamed wirelessly across vast distances if properly tuned. According to diary entries, he meticulously recorded every spark, every flash, every ear-splitting crack of artificial thunder. On occasion, he produced such intense discharges that the crackle could be heard for miles. One account claims that he caused the local power station's generator to overheat, prompting a short-lived blackout. Ever the polite guest, Tesla apologized, then resumed tinkering. In Colorado, Tesla crystallized his grand vision, a system of global wireless communication and power distribution. The town's people, hearing rumors of free electricity, speculated he might supply power at no cost. Tesla's goals, however, were subtler. He pictured networks of towers resonating with the Earth's natural electrical charge, carrying voice or energy anywhere. This concept was a precursor to technologies that would surface decades later, from radio transmissions to radar and beyond. Yet life in Colorado was more than just experiments and thunderous arcs. Tesla occasionally mingled with the locals, regaling them with tales of Europe and his earlier exploits in New York. Despite his eccentric schedule, he possessed impeccable manners. One story recounts how he gave a personal demo of wireless lamps to a bewildered blacksmith who later insisted Tesla was pulling electricity from thin air. Such encounters spurred legends of Tesla as a wizard, blending science with something like sorcery. Still, financing these colossal tests drained Tesla's resources. His main backer, J.P. Morgan, had initially supported the wireless project, likely anticipating a monopoly on global information. But once Morgan realized Tesla's schemes were far more ambitious and riskier than mere wireless telegraphy, his enthusiasm cooled. Tesla pressed on, convinced one decisive demonstration would open funding floodgates. That breakthrough, however, remained elusive. Newspapers amplified rumors about Tesla's activities, some claiming he was attempting to signal distant planets. Though Tesla did speculate about extraterrestrial intelligence, his real focus lay on terrestrial wireless. The lurid headlines, while fueling his legend, did little to alleviate his financial pressures. Eventually, funds ran low, forcing Tesla to close the Colorado lab in 1900. He left with crates of notes and undiminished zeal, convinced he could still bring wireless power to the masses. For townspeople left behind, the memory of glowing skies and rowing static lingered, a testament to the spectacular possibilities that science could conjure. For Tesla Hurst, Colorado Springs became a pivotal chapter, a proving ground that fortified his belief in the limitless potential of electrical resonance. It was there he most clearly foresaw a connected world, bound less by wires than by the atmospheric, and Earth's circling energies he aimed to harness. In hindsight, Colorado was the overture to his next attempt at global electrification, an attempt that would manifest in the towering outline of Warden Cliff on Long Island's shores. Upon returning to New York, Tesla consolidated his findings from Colorado Springs into an audacious new venture, the Warden Cliff Tower project. With financing from J.P. Morgan, initially obtained under the premise of groundbreaking wireless telegraphy, Tesla purchased land in Shoreham, Long Island, overlooking the Atlantic. Construction began in 1901. The looming structure stood nearly 187 ft high, topped by a bulbous metal dome, and extended deep below ground through a network of iron rods. Many observers had no idea what to make of it. Tesla, ever enigmatic, preferred sweeping claims about sending both signals and energy across continents. What often goes unappreciated is how deeply Tesla believed in the underlying physics. His notes show that Wardenclyffe wasn't limited to broadcasting telegraph signals. He intended it as the first of many transmitters, all resonating with Earth's natural electrical cavities to convey messages or even power to any matching receiver. Worldwide, in his mind, it wasn't fantasy. It was a logical leap from the high-voltage experiments he had run in Colorado Springs. However, the timing was not in his favor. In the same year that Wardenclyffe's skeletal form emerged from the treetops, Gulmo, Marinay successfully conducted the first transatlantic radio transmission. Reporters hailed Marinay as a giant in wireless communication. Tesla, outraged, pointed out that his own patents on alternating current and related technologies predated Morron's work. Nevertheless, the public and financiers were smitten with Morron's simpler, more immediately marketable setup. Morgan's patience wore thin. Why bankroll Tesla's massive tower if Morron's apparatus sufficed for long distance signaling? Wardenclyffe, still incomplete, hemorrhaged money. The crew building it dwindled. Salaries went unpaid, and Tesla found himself pleading for fresh capital. Each conversation with Morgan ended in demands for tangible proof, which Tesla couldn't produce fast enough. Desperate for funds, Tesla tried licensing auxiliary inventions, turbines, pumps, and even a plan to harness geothermal heat. But investors questioned his broader intentions, wary he might to pivot their money into the tower. As financial constraints tightened, Wardenclyffe remained a half-realized vision. By 1905, the site was effectively deserted. The tower, a silent monument to Tesla's ambitions and the shifting tides of investor faith. During these bleak years, Tesla's public persona grew more eccentric. Journalists occasionally interviewed him, only to hear about proposals for death rays or atmospheric power. Rumors circulated that he was becoming a recluse, yet his mind stayed agile, continuing to churn out possibilities. He foresaw solar energy as a future mainstay, though few listened. The industrial world seemed enthralled by oil and coal. While Tesla's musings about sun-powered engines drew smirks, Wardenclyffe was never fully operational, and the newspapers offered little sympathy. Some newspapers ridiculed him, portraying him as an unrealistic idealist. Others barely mentioned his name, focusing instead on Morron's ongoing successes. The sting of being overshadowed was palpable. Tesla clung to the belief that one day the world would recognize the practicality of wireless power. Indeed, later generations would adapt many of his principles for radio and beyond. But in his time, the tower's failure left him saddled with debt and weighed down by public skepticism. Even so, Tesla didn't abandon optimism. He often spoke as if Wardenclyffe had simply been delayed, not cancelled. In private, he refined sketches of improved transmitters, reimagined the tower's design, and kept dreaming of a worldwide grid of resonant stations. He believed that the planet itself, with its vast electrical potential, could be turned into a conduit of universal energy. The fact that society wasn't ready did little to dampen his conviction. Despite setbacks, fragments of Tesla's vision crept into later technological revolutions. Wireless communication would evolve in leaps and bounds, though powered by the more conventional means. Concepts like global connectivity and broadcast energy, dismissed in Tesla's day, surfaced decades afterward in varying forms. Yet, at the dawn of the 20th century, Tesla faced only mounting bills, evaporating capital, and a tower rusting away on Long Island. The heartbreak of Wardenclyffe marked a turning point, leaving Tesla to operate mostly on the margins of an industry he had once revolutionized. As the 20th century marched on, the world Tesla had done so much to illuminate surged ahead. The AC systems he championed became the backbone of modern infrastructure. Yet Tesla himself slipped from the spotlight. He moved between New York hotels, sometimes leaving unpaid bills behind. Public interviews grew sparse. When he did speak, he mentioned theories of beam weapons, weather manipulation, and advanced propulsion, sowing intrigue even as some questioned his grasp on reality. But his notebooks, to the extent they survive, reveal how these ideas built on earlier experiments rather than mere whimsy. A lesser-known facet of Tesla's later life was his nightly ritual of feeding pigeons in Bryant Park. Observers saw a solitary figure scattering seeds by lamplight, but Tesla found solace in caring for those birds, claiming a special bond with one white pigeon in particular. It may have seemed an odd pastime for a renowned inventor, yet it reflected a familiar pattern: Tesla's deep empathy for natural phenomena, creatures included. Meanwhile, patent disputes raged over the origins of radio. Tesla had filed patents before Moreau's breakthroughs, yet Marrone was lauded for bringing wireless transmission into the mainstream. The legal entanglements dragged on for years. In 1943, the US Supreme Court finally recognized Tesla's priority for paying certain critical radio patents. Though this vindication arrived too late to alter his financial straits, he was never able to capitalize on the official ruling. Nor did it quell the public's association of radio primarily with Marrone. Tesla spent his final stretch of life at the New Yorker hotel. Though short on funds, he still scrolled ideas on scraps of paper, proposing cosmic ray engines and new power methods. Visitors who managed to see him might find him animated and eloquent, speaking in polished tones about harnessing the energy of the sun or channeling power from the Earth's magnetic field. He believed that a teleforce beam could end war by making national borders impenetrable. To many, these notions sounded impossible. Yet Tesla's track record left room to wonder. When he passed away on January 7th, 1943, in room 337, he left behind boxes of documents that soon became the subject of intense scrutiny. Authorities seized some of his papers, fueling rumors of hidden innovations or weapons too dangerous for public consumption. Conspiracy theories flourished. While the reality likely involved routine security concerns, the secrecy lent mystique to Tesla's legacy. It became hard to disentangle fact from folklore over the decades. Tesla's standing in popular consciousness swung wildly. Edison's name overshadowed his for a time, especially in school textbooks. Only later did your movements rise to credit Tesla for his revolutionary contributions to AC power, radio technology, and more. Modern engineers, scientists, and curious laypeople uncovered his patents and writings, marveling at how he'd anticipated entire fields of inquiry, from robotics to wireless communication. His pioneering theories on resonance and frequency also informed aspects of modern electronics, though that debt was seldom acknowledged until much later in daily life. Tesla's true genius shines in the simplest of ways. Flick a light switch and you reap the benefits of alternating current. Use wireless devices and you operate on a principle Tesla believed could reach across the planet. The synergy he envisioned between inventor, nature, and the unstoppable march of progress remains a potent reminder of how one brilliant mind can shape whole eras. Tesla's story is above all a study in perseverance and paradox. He shunned the pursuit of wealth, yet needed capital to materialize his dreams. He relished public demonstrations. He had often worked alone, lost in interior worlds. He was both lauded and dismissed, recognized as a key figure in an electrifying the modern world, yet branded at times as an eccentric on the fringes of acceptable science. Even so, he left an imprint rivaled by few. Long after his death, the hum of AC power, lines, the glow of electric lamps, and the chirp of wireless signals echo Tesla's influence. He never saw the breadth of his triumph in person. Yet the future he glimpsed was not mere fantasy. It was an inevitable extension of the forces he harnessed so elegantly. And though the man himself passed in relative obscurity, his ideas still crackle with a vitality that defies the boundaries of time and imagination. Was born in Frankfurt in 1929, entering a world already trembling beneath financial hardship and political acrimony. From the outset, she displayed a lively temperament, an eagerness to scribble down thoughts on scraps of paper, a tendency to examine curious objects in the house with unguarded fascination, and a readiness to question the grown-ups around her. Yet, before she truly got to know the city of her birth, before she could form a bond with the rhythms of German streets, her family decided to leave. A gathering storm which transformed from sporadic political slogans into a monstrous force, dictating who deserved to exist freely and who did not, compelled them to leave. Her father, Otto Frank, was a thoughtful man, by terms reserved and quietly determined. He had no taste for radical politics. His mind was anchored to the practical. Otto recognized that Germany was changing. He had once pictured it as a place of vibrant culture. His homeland, a nation that championed arts, literature, and philosophy. But by the time Anne was 4, it had become a place that turned hateful eyes toward Jewish families like his. The Franks uprooted themselves, leaving old neighbors behind and stepping into what they hoped was a kinder environment in Amsterdam. Amsterdam in the early 30s was not entirely tranquil. No place in Europe could claim complete serenity then, but it at least allowed the Franks to breathe without immediate fear. For Anne, it was a wonderland of bicycles clacking over cobblestones, flower stalls lining canals, and people whose different accents floated through the city like a living orchestra. She was intrigued by each subtlety of daily life. She watched the canal waters shift from grey to glittering green and found novelty in the simplest tasks, from brushing up on Dutch words to examining the swirl of watery reflections on her window. Still, life was not always breezy. Otto took on various entrepreneurial ventures in Amsterdam, a spice business, then one dealing with pectin for jamming, attempts at building stability for his family in uncertain times. Yet, beyond the household table, talk about balancing budgets and maintaining a reputable standing among local merchants, and had her personal curiosities. She was the type of child to craft stories in her head while overhearing adult conversations, weaving little narratives about the passers-by she saw from her vantage point by the window. Outside her home, she was known to be friendly, but occasionally moody, quick-witted in a way that others sometimes found surprising at someone so young. Certain teachers at her school found her liveless endearing. Others found it distracting, especially when she giggled during lessons or whispered jokes to her classmates during grammar drills. She had a capacity for charm, but she was equally able to slip into lonely daydreams if something, an unkind remark, an abrupt shift in a friend's demeanor, muddied her sense of belonging. By the age of 10, Anne's environment gave her ample room to explore. She visited street markets with her mother, Edith, noticing the layers of life in every merchant stall, the haggling, the laughter, the day's frustrations. Margot, her older sister by 3 years, was softer spoken and more academically inclined. The contrast between the two sisters became a household joke. Margot with her pristine schoolwork, Anne with her comedic flair and unstoppable chatter. Yet behind that playful tension was genuine affection. When nights were cold, Anne might slip into Margot's bed for warmth, and they would whisper about petty jealousies and fleeting hopes, simple concerns overshadowed by the swirling chaos in Europe. Though the Franks tried to keep talk of politics, discreet and absorbed more than she let on, she caught a glimpse of a neighbour reading a Dutch newspaper with bold headlines about persecution in Germany. Her father's whispers with friends, hushed but urgent, hinted that the calm in Amsterdam could fracture at any moment. Even so, Anne pressed on with childlike tenacity. She was growing. She wanted fresh notebooks and new friends. She wanted experiences beyond her parents' experiences, and if the world was threatening to shape her future in frightening ways, she was determined to keep her own sense of curiosity intact. A family friend would sometimes bring over pamphlets from Germany, detailing new anti-Jewish edicts. Otto read them in silence, his brow creased. Still, he managed to maintain a semblance of optimism. Perhaps the Netherlands would stay safe, he reasoned. Perhaps all of this ugliness would remain confined to distant borders. But the dread was difficult to fully conceal. and sensed it in the way her mother's voice caught when asked about the future. She felt it in the hush that settled over her father's face when he listened to the radio in the evening, straining to hear news of the next ominous shift in Europe. In the meantime, she grew comfortable in her new city, walking canals with that open-hearted stare reserved for the young. The promise of tomorrow still excited her, the possibility of a new friend, a new game, or a new rumor swirling at school. She was, after all, still just a child, not entirely conscious of the forces that were about to tighten their grip on her life. The curtains were only just beginning to draw shut on a chapter she had barely started writing. During the late 1930s, Amsterdam's charm still glowed, though a sense of caution dimmed the edges of daily life for Jewish families. Anne learned the city through her own lens, a mixture of innocence and growing awareness. She observed the chattering customers in small cafes, the varied dialects of dock workers, and the clatter of trams. She found it all mesmerizing. Yet, she was not naive. At school, she overheard quiet discussions among older classmates, unpleasant changes in neighboring countries. She would sidle close, pleading half-facts about hatred and unbridled authority. In many ways, her mother Edith served as a shield. Edith believed in preserving a sense of normality. She insisted on routines, Sunday lunches, bedtime reading, and making sure the girls wrote in neat cursive. Anne, perched beside her mother on the sofa, would sometimes stare at the ticking clock, listening to the seconds slip by as Edith talked about personal values, about compassion, and about keeping one's dignity. The words might have sounded old-fashioned to some, but Anne found comfort in them. She saw her mother as gentle, yet quietly sturdy. Meanwhile, Margot was forging her path in academics. Teachers often praised her discipline and intelligence and sometimes bristled at the comparisons. She recognized the familial pride. Margot was considered the reliable one. But she also wanted to make her own mark. So while Margot was off reading textbooks, Anne would roam corners of Amsterdam with a friend, giggling about inconsequential details, the shape of a dog's ears, a funny hat worn by a passerby, or the new marquee outside the local cinema. Beneath the laughter, though, she felt the silent undercurrent of war creeping into everyday conversation. As the political climate worsened, the Franks took more precautions. They heard stories of relatives in Germany who had lost businesses, homes, or worse, vanished altogether. Although Otto and Edith tried to spare their daughters the details, Anne was discerning. She began to grasp that some people viewed families like hers with malice that defied logic. She noticed fewer carefree outings, fewer times her father returned from work wearing that small, confident smile. Even so, she clung to humor, scribbling short stories in notebooks. They were full of lively characters, sometimes overshadowed by moral dilemmas she overheard adults discussing. In her own fiction odds, she rearranged reality to make sense of it. At school, Anne forged relationships that were both superficial and meaningful. Some classmates were simply partners for projects. Others were confidants who exchanged hushed confessions about shifting alliances in Europe. The teachers seemed increasingly tense. The slightest classroom disruption could ignite frustrations. Sometimes talk of censorship or newly imposed rules floated around the corridors. When a classmate whispered that their family was planning to flee to Britain, Anne's heart pounded in fear and envy. Fear because it confirmed that danger was near. Envy because that option might not be open to her. The sense of uncertainty pressed on her chest at night. In those months, she developed a small yet persistent habit of journaling, practiced daily self-reflection as a child before she gained notoriety for her diaries, and wrote about food shortages, about a favorite candy no longer in stock, about the annoyance of wearing an armband with a Star of David, if it ever came to that in the Netherlands, about the disapproval she sensed when walking around certain parts of the city. She wrote about hoping to see a film star in the streets, about admiring the carefree swirl of a dancer's skirt she once glimpsed. She wrote because it let her feelings breathe beyond the hush of fear. Tension turned to reality when German forces invaded the Netherlands in May 1940. The swiftness of that invasion left the Dutch reeling for Anne. The city she had come to love was transformed overnight. Buildings still stood, shops were still open, but there was an unshakable sense of foreboding. Soldiers marched along roads she used to find friendly. The radio blared unfamiliar proclamations. Suddenly, daily freedoms were chipped away. Jewish children like Anne were restricted from certain playgrounds, certain schools. The weight of each new rule encroached on her sense of self, as if invisible hands were reconfiguring her place in the world. Still, the Franks tried to maintain a semblance of ordinariness. They participated in subdued gatherings with other Jewish families, exchanging nervous jokes to lighten the mood and notice the flickers of worry in adult conversations. How does one navigate forced restrictions? Could one travel safely? The men discussed forging connections to get visas or find safe houses, while the women lamented about rationing or the difficulty of obtaining essential supplies. For Anne, these evenings often ended with her retreating to her bedroom, mind swarming with 1,000 questions. She tried to keep her voice steady, telling Margot ridiculous jokes to break the tension. The jokes often fell flat, but they were attempts to cling to normally. Increasingly, day-to-day activities felt like illusions. An insurmountable occupying force muffled the city's vibrant pulse. Anne would watch from her window as uniformed men passed by, hearing the slow crunch of boots on cobblestone. A sense of dread would seep into the depths of her stomach. She yearned for the old city, the one still alive in her memories, a place of swirling canal reflections and laughter among street vendors. She missed the version of life where she could imagine any future she wanted without the weight of a designated identity forced upon her by prejudice. And yet, even in these shadows, she held on to a spark of hope, perhaps borrowed from her father's quiet optimism that a better day would come if they could only outlast the madness. The year 1942 arrived with a more oppressive atmosphere. Anne could feel it in the stiffening posture of her teachers and the solemn hush that fell whenever an official notice was posted in the neighborhood. She turned 13 that June, though the celebrations were muted. Her family still managed a birthday cake, scourging for ingredients wherever they could. And it was in that flickering moment of normality that Anne received a checkered diary. She had always enjoyed writing, but this diary felt different. It had a lock symbolic in ways she did not yet understand. It promised a private domain for her expanding thoughts. Shortly after, life changed abruptly. Orders circulated that Jewish families might be relocated or worse, taken away. When Margot received a summon to a labor camp in Germany, Otto recognized the writing on the wall. He had already prepared a secret hiding place, concealed section of the office building where he ran his business. The plan had been set for some time, but the final push to execute it came with terrifying immediacy. The family packed their things hurriedly, leaving behind large pieces of furniture, personal belongings, and cherished objects that would have signaled a life in progress. Anne's head spun that day. She tucked her new diary under her arm, while her mother insisted on bringing a few personal mementos. The ordinarily chatty Anne found herself tongue-tied as they walked through the dim streets early in the morning, wearing several layers of clothing to avoid carrying suitcases. She was scared to look at anyone's face. She feared the disapproval or suspicion that might lurk in a passer's eyes. When they finally reached the annex, slipping into its hidden corridors, she felt an odd mixture of relief and dread. She felt a mixture of relief at having found a temporary shelter and dread at what isolation would do to them all. The secret annex was cramped, made up of several small rooms behind a movable bookcase. The Franks were joined by another family, the Vampels, whom Anne would later label Van in her diary, and a dentist named Fritz Pfeffer, Albert Dussel. The arrangement was necessary for survival, but hardly conducive to comfort. Thin walls meant little privacy. Often someone would be in the makeshift kitchen at odd hours, rustling through meager supplies. The single bathroom demanded coordination and patience, especially in the mornings when personal space was at its premium. At 13, Anne chafed under these conditions. She missed the outdoors, the swirl of city life, and her friends. In her diary, she spilled raw honesty onto the pages, frustration with the grown-up scoldings, her disagreements with Mrs. Vamples, her feelings of being misunderstood by her mother. She felt stifled by the incessant reminder that she must remain quiet during certain hours so the workers downstairs wouldn't suspect their presence. She discovered how footsteps on creaky floorboards could set her pulse racing. Every muffled noise became a potential danger. The annex was a fortress made not of stone, but of secrecy, where any slip in vigilance might lead to catastrophe. Yet amid the tension, there were flickers of hope. Helpers on the outside, trusted employees like Meat Gears, risked their safety to provide supplies and updates. Through them, Anne kept a tenuous link to the world beyond. She heard rumors of Allied forces pushing against Nazi lines, gleaned stories of neighbors who had managed to flee. The news was not always comforting. Often it relayed more horrors, but it was a reminder that life existed beyond the walls she now inhabited. Anne's emotional world became increasingly complex. She found that her diary was the sole outlet where she could shed the mask she wore around the annex's cramped quarters. She named the diary Kitty, personifying it as her confidant. Each page was a story on which she could vent her teenage frustrations, the pangs of budding romance she harbored for Peter Vamples, the sense of inadequacy she felt when compared to Margot, and the longing to be recognized as more than a chatterbox. She craved independence, yet her entire existence now depended on the group's collective ability to stay invisible. The mental strain of living in tight confinement tested everyone. Small disagreements ballooned into thunderous standoffs. Someone's cooking style became a proxy for deeper resentments. A snore at night might provoke laughter one day and fury the next. Anne, perceptive as she was, noted these shifts. She saw how fear chipped away at adult composure. Even the calm, steady Otto lost some of his cheerful veneer. He worked painstakingly on ledgers and accounts, trying to help manage the business from afar. But it was an odd charade, acting as though life was normal while concealed behind a bookshelf. As weeks turned into months, the outside world receded. The war raged on beyond their concealed perch. Occasionally, Anne glanced out a hidden window at the church tower that loomed above the city. Its bells reminded her that life still ticked forward, unstoppable. Every ring was a brief invitation to imagine the bustle of a free world. And yet, each ring was also a reminder of her entrapment, that the clock was running in a timeline she could not fully join. Every day, she wrote, she poured her observations into lines that tried to reconcile the tension of living with hope in the midst of imminent danger. The confines pressed in on her, forging a young mind's determination to remain spirited even when shadows lengthened. As summer gave way to autumn in 1942, the secret annex adopted its own patterns, stilted ones, but patterns nonetheless. Office workers rustled in the building below, hushed in the mornings. The inhabitants tiptoed through daily chores, mindful that a dropped spoon or a raised voice might shatter the fragile illusion of an empty space overhead. Afternoons brought slight relief. The offices would close, allowing more freedom of movement and the chance to whisper with fewer constraints, and self-awareness deepened in this seclusion. She dissected every glance, every offhand remark exchanged among the annex residents. She noticed subtle changes in her mother's eyes, sadness marinated with resignation. She saw new lines etched across Otto's forehead, reflecting the weight of shepherding them all through this ordeal. And she recognized reflections of her own changing emotions mirrored in Peter Vamples, who retreated into corners of the annex to escape the watchful gaze of adults. Peter fascinated her. He was different from the boys she used to know of at school who laughed loudly and chased one another through the streets. He was awkward, uncertain, often caught in the crossfire of his parents' arguments. In that environment, Anne began seeing him as more than a housemate. There were fleeting moments in the attic space, rummaging for a jar of beans or a quiet place. To think when their eyes met. It was a wordless connection, the electric hum of adolescence overshadowed by the hum of approaching warplanes. She continued filling her diary, now with an emphasis on self-examination. She asked why she often argued with her mother, why she felt overshadowed by Marot, and how she could nurture a sense of individual identity in a place that demanded conformity for survival. At times, she was startled by her introspections. She was discovering corners of her mind she never would have explored in a free-flowing world. The enforced stillness gave her time to question everything. This internal blossoming did not come without friction. Anne's spirited nature grated on others. Mrs. Van Pels found her chatter too bold, her opinions too insistent. Fritz Pfeffer, meticulous man accustomed to his own routines, complained that Anne's nighttime writing disturbed his need for rest. Yet, the more they tried to rein her in, the stronger her resolve grew. She believed that if external freedoms were stripped away, her internal world was the one realm she could still shape. She would not allow that final sanctuary to be censored. Meanwhile, the war pressed closer. Occasionally, they heard about neighborhood raids or saw glimpses of uniformed soldiers carrying out arrests in the distance. Every time they heard knocks or footsteps near the bookcase, their hearts raced. The fear of discovery gnawed at them daily. Anne was learning how easily terror could become normal, how one could adapt to a constant state of near panic, eventually folding it into the fabric of everyday existence. Food shortages became a pressing concern. Meals grew monotonous. Potatoes, once a staple, became a treasure when they could get them. Dried beans and cabbage soup rotated through their limited menu. These hardships kindled resentment. It was simple to blame each other for miscounted rations or mistakes in planning. In public, families might declare unity. In reality, stuck in tight quarters, small tensions could erupt into lasting grudges. Anne documented this. She wrote about overhearing whispered accusations about the tensions swirling in the cramped kitchen when an extra morsel of bread was unaccounted for. Yet, even in these fractious moments, an undercurrent of mutual dependence bound them. They knew they either survived together or fell together. Anne's diary entries also captured flickers of humour that glimmered amid the gloom. Once Mr. Van Pels tried to fix a faulty lampshade using a contraption of wire and tape. It collapsed spectacularly, prompting exasperated shouts that devolved into communal laughter. Another time, Anne found an old board game that had lost half its pieces and improvised rules for a clumsy new version. They played, and for an hour, life felt almost ordinary, a tiny triumph in a sea of anxiety. Week by week, Anne underwent a quiet evolution. She was still a teenager, prone to exasperation and mood swings. Yet her words, penned by candlelight, revealed a maturity shaped by adversity. She reflected on the nature of good and evil, on the question of whether people were basically kind or fundamentally cruel. She tried to make sense of the paradox, how she could still believe in the potential for goodness, while the world outside raged with violence and persecution. In those fleeting moments before sleep, when she heard others breathing softly in the next room, she yearned for a future full of colour and open skies. She wondered if she'd ever again ride a bicycle along Amsterdam's canals, feel the wind against her cheeks, and choose her path without fear. That longing for normal life coexisted with a newfound realization. She was growing into a person who did not just see, but felt profoundly. She was forging a philosophy, an unspoken pact with herself, to cling to hope and introspection, no matter how ominous the nights became in the interplay between her hidden existence and her unquenchable curiosity, and was crafting a voice that would, in time, resonate far beyond the confines of a secret annex. Winter blanketed Amsterdam in a drab light, the city's chill seeping into the annex. Darkness fell earlier, which meant longer hours of hushed existence. The building's wooden beams groaned in the cold, a haunting reminder of how fragile and temporary their refuge was. Inside, the residents braced for gloom, not just meteorological, but emotional. With each passing day, the outside world carried rumors of intensifying conflict, deeper atrocities, and diminishing hope for those targeted by Nazi decrees. During these months, Anne's reflections took on a more poetic bent. She wrote about the shapes of clouds beyond the attic window, about missing the sun on her cheeks. Whenever she managed to glimpse outside, a pang of loss coursed through her. She grieved not just for the restrictions placed on her life, but for the uncountable stories unfolding in the city below. Stories of neighbors, acquaintances, entire families being torn from their homes. She yearned to capture that heartbreak in words, as if writing could stitch together the frayed edges of collective suffering. Inside the annex, relationships continued to evolve. Anne's dynamic with Peter became deeper and more complicated. In half-lit corners, they spoke in halting whispers, sometimes about trivial things, childhood pranks, or favorite foods, but increasingly about the future. Each conversation was tinged with a sense of borrowed time. They didn't declare romance in any grand way. In fact, their connection felt more like a quest for solace. Two adolescents drawing warmth from each other's company, while surrounded by a menacing void. However, it was impossible to suppress teenage impulses. Occasional jealousy flared and sometimes felt overshadowed by Margot's studious composure. Meanwhile, Peter felt claustrophobic under the constant watch of his parents. The push-pull of adolescence, typically played out in schoolyards and social gatherings, was compressed into this hidden space. A single harsh word could unravel hours of unspoken camaraderie. They each grappled with the realization that they were forced to grow up faster than they'd ever wanted. Despite the daily dread, intellectual pursuits flourished in the annex, spurred by the older inhabitants' desire to keep the teenagers' minds engaged. Otto and Mrs. Van Pels quizzed Margot and Anne on geography, history, languages, FEF for all his quirks, had moments of generosity, sharing knowledge about dentistry, or discussing foreign literature he'd read in his younger days. Books smuggled in by helpers were as precious as any ration. They devoured them, gleaning glimpses of worlds untouched by the crackdown they faced. These small acts of learning became defiance, an assertion that they still had the right to grow, think, and imagine. However, the tension of captivity took its toll. Privacy was scarce. If one person needed a moment alone, they had to negotiate with the rest, rearranging the living area or waiting for others to be occupied elsewhere. Tones of voice grew sharper. Some nights Anne pressed her ear to the thin walls and listened, to the muffled arguments, money worries, fear of betrayal, or the question of whether to trust certain acquaintances outside. Everything was debated in hushed, urgent tones. The claustrophobia was physical, but it was also spiritual. Each person carried the dread that one betrayed secret. One careless word could doom them. In the diaries, Anne noted these cracks in the foundation of their enforced togetherness, but she did so with a remarkable empathy for the adults. She recognized they were doing their best in unthinkable circumstances. Otto tried to maintain an even temperament, urging reason when tempers flared. Some nights he'd gather everyone to read a book aloud or discuss a snippet of radio news. For a short while, the flickering lamp would illuminate a circle of somber faces, each participant clutching at hope that maybe, just maybe, the tide of war was turning. As the winter wore on, the line between day and night blurred. The impetus to remain hidden, combined with the shortage of indoor light, meant it was all too easy to lose track of time. Sometimes Anne woke, unsure if dawn was near or if it was still the depths of midnight. In that surreal twilight, she'd scribble in her diary by candlelight. Despite her uncertainty about what love meant in such dire circumstances, she penned confessions of love in her diary. She wrote about the anger she felt toward a world that had pinned a target on her family's back. She wrote about the faith she still had in human decency, though it teetered precariously. One particular entry documented a profound realization. She understood that her life's narrative might never be fully shared with the world. The diaries could be lost, or she could vanish. The thought of losing the diaries struck her with a chilling force. Rather than giving in to despair, she channeled that fear into a fierce determination to document everything she could. If this was the only record she might leave behind, she wanted to ensure it was honest. She refused to portray herself merely as a victim. She wanted the pages to convey the complexity of her internal life, the moments of laughter, the daydreams, the defiance, and the longing for small acts of liberation. Outside, the war crept closer. the sky sometimes roared with aircraft engines. Allied bombers perhaps forging a path that might liberate Europe. But with each tremor, the annex residents clung to each other, uncertain if bombs might tear the neighborhood apart. In the hush that followed these raids, Anne's breath would catch in her throat. She sensed the precariousness of her existence, yet each time dawn came, she would push back against despair, buoyed by an unexplainable resolve. If she couldn't move freely in the physical world, she would soar through the realm of thought, words, and dreams. That was the ember she refused to let go. Spring of 1944 brought faint glimmers of optimism to the annex. Allied successes were whispered about, fueling speculation that liberation might be on the horizon. Anne was buoyed by these rumors. Each new snippet of promising news was a lifeline in her claustrophobic reality. She reread the few books they possessed, letting her imagination roam beyond the walls. She allowed herself to imagine post-war life, returning to school, traveling through open roads, carving out a future in journalism or literature. In her diary, she poured these fantasies into paragraphs bursting with yearning. Each page was a testament to her growing confidence as a writer. She refined her style, grappling with bigger questions about humanity and morality. If the outside world discovered her words, she wanted them to see a teenager who had wrestled with life's rawness under extraordinary pressures. She revised entries, polishing them like a craftsman, seeking clarity and expression. It was a bid for self-determination in a sphere she could control, however small. Yet behind the buoyancy of hope, tension still simmered. The annex had endured. Nearly 2 years of confinement and patience was wearing thin. Arguments erupted over trivial issues. How to budget dwindling resources, who neglected to wash dishes properly, or whose footsteps had been too loud during office hours. Sometimes these disputes opened deeper wounds, releasing anxieties about betrayal or doubts about whether the helpers could continue risking their own safety indefinitely. Anne found these blow-ups both draining and strangely fascinating, as if she were watching an intricate play in which everyone was an unwilling actor. By midsummer, the atmosphere in Amsterdam felt expectant. Air raids became more frequent, indicating that the warfront was shifting. Rumors circulated about a possible Allied invasion. Anne's heart soared each time she heard the drones of planes overhead. It meant the Nazis might soon lose their grip on the Netherlands. She pictured soldiers marching in to free them. Imagine stepping out of the annex and blinking in the bright sunlight of an Amsterdam street. The daydream was so vivid she could almost taste it. Then one August afternoon, the unthinkable happened. In a flurry of panic, their hideout was discovered. The exact circumstances remain debated. Some suspect a tip from an informant. Others blame an accidental slip of information. For Anne, all that mattered was the sudden pounding on the door, the heavy boots on the stairs, the abrupt intrusion into their concealed world. Fear seized her body, a terror so stark it made her eyes blur. It was as if everything slowed, the look of shock on Otto's face, the trembling hands of Mrs. Vanels, the hush that fell over them as unformed officers burst in. In the aftermath, they were taken into custody, forced to surrender personal belongings, including Anne's beloved diary. She had no time to secure it, no chance to salvage her carefully honed words. She felt as though part of her identity was wrenched away. Together with her family and the others, she was hustled into the trucks, then trains, herded alongside strangers wearing the same bewildered, hollow expressions. The transit led to the Westerbork transit camp first, a grim holding station for those awaiting transport to concentration camps to deeper in Nazi-occupied territory. There, and confronted the mass scale of the persecution she had only heard about in bits and pieces. Sleep was fitful, marred by the wails of children separated from parents, by the unrelenting stench of overcrowded barracks. She clung to her family, though even that solace felt tenuous in the face of so many horrors. From Westerbork, they were crammed into freight cars bound for Auschwitz. It was a journey of unimaginable discomfort, with little food or water, suffocating air, and a brutal sense of finality. In the corners of the car, she glimpsed people too weak to stand, while others, Gripped by despair, rocked back and forth silently, Anne's mind reeled with her questions. How could humanity reach such cruelty? Where was the justice for all these souls packed like cargo? She tried to recall lines from her diary, from the future she had once envisioned. She thought of passing them on by word of mouth if she couldn't write them anymore. But words no longer felt adequate. Auschwitz was a kaleidoscope of fear. Barking, guards, snaking barbed wire, towering chimneys. Family magic members were separated upon arrival. Otto was taken away from the women. Anne, Margot, and Edith stayed together initially, although conditions were beyond dreadful. Stripped of personal belongings, forced to endure roll calls in the cold, they found themselves in a world that tested every last shred of hope. Still, Anne clutched the memory of her father's reassuring voice and the faint possibility that they might all survive. Before long, she and Margot were transferred to Bergen-Belsen, a camp in northern Germany. There, disease and starvation raged. As the winter of 1944 to 1945 bore down, the camp devolved into an even harsher nightmare. Food was scarce, sanitation non-existent, and each day more prisoners vanished from the makeshift huts, succumbing to typhus and other illnesses. Amid this grim reality, Anne's own strength ebbed. She coughed through the nights, feverish, her body worn thin. Yet to her last conscious moments, she reportedly still clung to the slender thread of hope that she might one day see a world free of these torments. The flame in her eyes flickered, but it never entirely died. She had believed in something better. The weeks leading to Anne's death in early 1945 at Bergen-Belsen remained partially shrouded in uncertainty. Accounts from survivors mentioned that she was frail, afflicted by the rampant disease that haunted the camp. Margot was similarly weakened. Both sisters, once so distinct, Margot, the studious one, and the outspoken dreamer, were reduced to gaunt silhouettes in the chaos of camp life. Starvation, exhaustion, and illness conspired to steal away their final reserves of energy. Their mother, Edith, had died in Auschwitz months earlier, and the separation from their father was complete. Neither sister knew that Otto Frank was still alive. Otto would be the only member of the immediate Frank family to survive the Holocaust. Liberated by the Soviet forces at Auschwitz, he began the agonizing search for his wife and daughters once the war ended. Hopes were cry-dashed as he confirmed step by step that Edith had not made it, and that Anne and Margot had perished in Bergen-Belsen just weeks before British troops arrived to free the camp. In that painful discovery, Otto lost more than his family. He lost the future he had fought so hard to protect during the years in hiding. Amid the staggering grief, a slender thread of continuity emerged. Anne's writings, Morpheus, one of the faithful helpers who had risked her own life to hide. The Franks had discovered Anne's diary left behind in the annex. She protected it, unaware of its full significance, hoping one day to return it to Anne herself. When Otto came back broken and haunted, Miep handed him the papers, the notebooks, and the loose pages. In those delicate stacks, Leanne's words, raw, insightful, and at times painfully honest. Reading them was an ordeal for Otto. Each sentence bore the imprint of a daughter who no longer existed. Yet, as he ventured further, he recognized that Anna had transcended the limitations of her dire situation. Her diary was not just a record of fear, but also a testament to a young soul's will to dream and make sense of a senseless world. Otto saw that this wasn't a private chronicle of self-pity. Instead, it was a clarion call from a teenage girl who kept her mind vibrant under unimaginable constraints. She had turned introspection into a shield, and her pen had become a voice that soared beyond the annex walls. Gradually, Otto decided to share Anne's writings with a wider audience. He believed the world needed to hear her story, not to sensationalize tragedy, but to bear witness to the quiet heroism in a teenager's reflections. Initially, publishers hesitated. War memoirs were abundant, and some feared there was no appetite for yet another. Yet once the diary was finally printed in 1947 under the title Het Act, the secret annex. Its resonance was immediate. Readers recognized Anne's vivid humanity, her teenage worries, yearnings, and insight struck a chord that transcended the specifics of time and place. Her words made the Holocaust personal, one voice speaking for millions who could no longer speak. Over the subsequent decades, Anne Frank's diary was translated into dozens of languages, staged as plays, adapted into films, and included in curricula around the globe. Some commentators questioned the sanctification of a single story, when so many lives had been lost. Others worried that her universal appeal risked diluting the brutal realities of the Holocaust. Yet few disputed the authenticity and power of her diary, which offered a profound glimpse into how hatred warped society and how an individual spirit can remain defiant. The annex itself became a museum, a tangible space where visitors could experience the cramped rooms and steep staircases that shaped Anne's daily existence. People from every corner of the world filed through, imagining the silent dread that once enveloped that hidden sanctuary. In those quiet rooms, Anne's voice still seemed to hover, urging reflection on the precarious balance between survival and betrayal, on the nature of hope amid despair, on the vulnerability that defines our shared humanity. For readers in the 21st century, indeed for any era, Anne's writing remains startling in its intimacy and relevance. She documented her teenage angst with a frankness that resonates with William Shakespeare. Was born in the spring of 1564 in the small town of Stratford upon England. Though the exact date of his birth is not known, tradition holds it to be April 23rd. The streets of Stratford were quiet, lined with timber-framed houses, their white plaster walls crisscrossed by dark wooden beams. The gentle flow of the river, Anne meandered through the town, reflecting the sky in its soft, rippling waters. William was the third child of John Shakespeare, a glovemaker and local merchant, and Mary Arden, who came from a respected farming family. Their home on Henley Street was modest, but comfortable, filled with the sense of leather and parchment from his father's work. In those early days, William's world was shaped by the sounds of bustling markets, church bells, and the hum of conversation among townsfolk. The air in Stratford was filled with the rhythms of everyday life, the changing seasons, and the echoes of a world on the brink of cultural awakening. As a boy, William likely spent time exploring the fields and woods beyond the town, where wildflowers bloomed and the calls of birds filled the air. He may have wandered along the banks of the Avon, his curious eyes taking in the flowing water, the shifting light, and the small wonders of nature. William attended the King's New School, where he received a solid education in reading, writing, and classical literature. He studied the works of Roman poets like Ovid and playwrights like Plutarch and Seneca. These ancient stories of gods, heroes, and tragic fates ignited his imagination, giving him a foundation that would later blossom into his own masterpieces. The days at school were long, filled with a scratch of quills on parchment, the low hum of Latin recitations, and the occasional creak of wooden benches. William learned not only thrills of language, but also the power of storytelling, the ability to capture the human experience in words. When William was 18, he married Anne Hathaway, a farmer's daughter who lived in a small cottage outside of Stratford. Their marriage was a quiet affair held in the local church, surrounded by family and friends. A year later, they welcomed their first child, Susanna, followed by twins, Hamnet and Judith. The small house they shared was filled with the sounds of children's laughter and the simple comforts of family life. Yet, even as a young man with a family, William's mind seemed to yearn for something more. Somewhere within him, the seeds of creativity were beginning to sprout. By the late 1580s or early 1590s, Shakespeare left Stratford and made his way to London, a city alive with energy, opportunity, and artistic expression. London in the 1590s was a place of contrasts. Cobblestone streets filled with carriages, merchants selling their wares, and the hustle and bustle of a growing metropolis. It was a city where theatres were becoming centres of cultural life, drawing people from all walks of society. Amidst this vibrant chaos, William Shakespeare found his place in the world of theatre. He began his career as an actor and playwright, with a company called the Lord Chamberlain's Men. His early plays were performed in small theatres where audiences gathered in the dim light, eager to be transported by stories of love, betrayal, and adventure. The scent of burning tallow candles filled the air, mingling with the excited whispers of the crowd. Shakespeare's talent quickly became evident, and his works began to captivate London's theatre-goers. His early successes included plays like Henry VI and Titus Andronicus, stories of war, revenge, and political intrigue. Each line he wrote seemed to pulse with life, filled with the richness of human emotion and the beauty of language. By the late 1590s, Shakespeare had become a respected figure in the theatre world. He purchased shares in the newly built Globe Theatre, a wooden structure that would become the heart of his creative endeavours. The Globe stood on the southern bank of the river Tempames, its thatched roof and open-air stage welcoming thousands of eager spectators. It was here that some of his greatest plays came to life: Romeo and Juliet, A Midsummer Night's Dream, and The Merchant of Venice. These stories of a young love, magical realms, and complex human relationships resonated with audiences who laughed, wept, and marveled at the tales unfolding before them. As his reputation grew, so did the depth of his work. In the early 1600s, Shakespeare wrote some of his most profound and powerful tragedies: Hamlet, Athol, King Lear, and Macbeth. These plays explored the darker corners of the human soul, delving into themes of ambition, jealousy, madness, and fate. Imagine the dimly lit stage, the flicker of candlelight, the hushed anticipation of the crowd as the curtain rose. The words of Shakespeare filled the air, weaving a tapestry of emotion, drama, and insight that would echo through the centuries. Even as he found success in London, Shakespeare never lost his connection to Stratford-upon-Avon. He returned frequently to his hometown, where he purchased New Place, one of the largest houses in the town. It was a place of peace and reflection, a retreat from the bustling world of the theatre. As he entered the later years of his life, his writing took on a gentler tone. Plays like The Tempest and The Winter's Tale spoke of forgiveness, redemption, and the passage of time. His final works reflected a man who had seen much of life's beauty and sorrow, and who sought peace and understanding. On April 23, 1616, at the age of 52, William Shakespeare passed away in his hometown of Stratford-upon-Avon. His life had been a journey of words, stories, and imagination, a journey that left an indelible mark on the world. He was buried in the chancel of Holy Trinity Church, and where his gravestone still rests today. As you breathe deeply now, let the story of William Shakespeare settle gently into your mind. His legacy lives on in every play, every sonnet, and every line that continues to inspire generations. His words remind us of the beauty of language, the complexity of the human experience, and the power of storytelling. William Shakespeare's life was one of continuous growth, creativity, and exploration. Even though he left the world far too early at the age of 52, his legacy continued to flourish long after his death. His works were not confined to his own time. They transcended generations, cultures, and continents, shaping the world of literature, theatre, and language in ways no one could have predicted. In the years following his passing, Shakespeare's fellow actors and friends, John Heinges and Henry Condell, took on the task of preserving his work. They compiled and published the first folio in 1623, a collection that ensured his plays would be remembered and performed for centuries to come. This remarkable volume contained 36 of his plays including comedies, histories, and tragedies, preserving works that may otherwise have been lost. Without the dedication of these friends, some of Shakespeare's most beloved works, such as Macbeth and The Tempest, might never have reached us. Thanks to this labour of love, his stories endured, spreading far beyond the theatres of London to inspire future generations of readers, actors, and writers. Shakespeare's influence on the English language is unparalleled. He coined or popularised thousands of words and phrases, many of which are still in use today. Expressions like break the ice, wild goose chase, and heart of gold can all be traced back to his plays. His ability to capture human emotion and experience in words gave the language a richness and expressiveness that endures. His works reflected the human condition in all its complexity. The joys, the sorrows, the triumphs, and the tragedies. Shakespeare's characters were not just figures on a stage, but living, breathing reflections of humanity. They spoke of love, ambition, betrayal, and redemption with a clarity that resonated across time. Imagine Romeo and Juliet, young lovers torn apart by the feud of their families, speaking words that echo the passions and heartbreaks of every generation. Picture Hamlet, the introspective prince, grappling with questions of life, death, and morality. Think of King Lear, an old man facing the consequences of his pride and folly, or Macbeth, driven to ruin by ambition and fate. These stories were not just meant to entertain. They were designed to make audiences think, feel, and understand themselves and the world around them. In Shakespeare's time, the theatre was a place where the barriers of class and status melted away, where the common folk and the nobility could come together to share in the experience of a story. The Globe Theatre, with its thatched roof and wooden beams, echoed with the laughter, tears, and applause of audiences who saw their lives reflected on stage. Shakespeare understood that stories had the power to unite people, to reveal truths, and to inspire change. In his quieter moments, Shakespeare returned to Stratford-upon-Avon, where he enjoyed the peace of his family home. Here, he could escape the noise of the city and the demands of the theatre. He tended to his affairs and spent time with his family, as walked the familiar streets of his hometown. But even in retirement, the creative spark never truly left him. Later years, he collaborated with younger playwrights and continued to refine his craft. The serenity of Stratford offered him a chance to reflect on his life's work, to find peace in the knowledge that he had given the world something timeless and extraordinary. Though his life ended on April 23, 1616, his impact was only just beginning. Over the centuries, Shakespeare's works were performed in countless theatres, translated into every major language, and adapted into countless forms. His stories found new life in operas, films, novels, and modern reinterpretations that brought his characters into new settings and contexts. Generations of actors, from humble players to celebrated stars, found their voices through Shakespeare's words. Directors reimagined his plays in endless ways, setting them in modern cities, distant futures, and war-torn landscapes. Each interpretation shed new light on his timeless themes. In schools and universities, students continue to explore his plays, discovering the brilliance and depth of his writing. His sonnets, with their delicate beauty and insight into the nature of love and time, continue to touch the hearts of readers across the globe. Shakespeare's legacy is not just in the pages of books or on the stages of theatres. It lives in the way we use language, the way we tell stories, and the way we understand ourselves. His genius lies in his ability to capture the full spectrum of human experience. From the lightest moments of comedy to the darkest depths of tragedy, as you lie here feeling the weight of sleep gently pressing upon you, know that Shakespeare's story is one of inspiration, creativity, and boundless imagination. He reminds us that even the simplest beginnings can lead to extraordinary journeys, that the world is full of stories waiting to be told, and that words have the power to change hearts and minds. Allow his life story to guide you into a restful slumber, where dreams unfold, like the scenes of a play filled with wonder, beauty, and endless possibility. Let the words of the past wrap around you like a soft blanket, comforting and timeless. As we continue to reflect on the life and legacy of William Shakespeare, his story weaves a rich tapestry of creativity, resilience, and timeless brilliance. Though the world around him changed, his works remained steadfast, a beacon of human expression that endured across centuries. The years following his death saw a gradual rise in recognition as scholars, actors, and audiences began to understand the profound impact of his words. In the decades after his passing of the first folio, published in 763, 1623 by his friends and fellow actors, secured his place in history. This collection ensured that plays like Macbeth, The Tempest, Twelfth Night, and Julius Caesar would be preserved and shared with future generations. Each of these works held a mirror to society, reflecting the complexities of human nature, politics, and morality. As time went on, Shakespeare's works spread beyond the shores of England. Traveling troupes of actors performed his plays across Europe, carrying his stories to new audiences. By the 18th century, his influence had reached the far corners of the world, with translations bringing his words to new languages and cultures. The universality of his themes, love, ambition, betrayal, and redemption, resonated with people from all walks of life. His birthplace, Stratford-upon-Avon, slowly became a place of pilgrimage for lovers of literature and theatre. Visitors walked the same cobblestone streets, passed by the same riverbanks, and stood in the same rooms where Shakespeare once lived. The small town grew into a symbol of creativity and artistic heritage, forever linked to the legacy of its most famous son. As the centuries progressed, Shakespeare's plays were studied in schools, performed in grand theatres, and adapted for new media. Actors found endless opportunities to breathe life into his characters. From the tragic figures of Hamlet and King Lear to the comedic brilliance of Much Ado About Nothing and A Midsummer Night's Dream, directors reimagined his stories in modern settings, on battlefields, in boardrooms, and in far-off galaxies, proving that his themes remained ever relevant. His influence on the arts is immeasurable. Painters depicted scenes from his plays in rich, vibrant canvases. Composers like Felix Mendelssohn and Joseph Verdi turned his works into operas and orchestral pieces. Poets and writers drew inspiration from his words, finding new ways to explore the human experience. In the 19th century, Shakespearean festivals began to emerge, celebrating his works with performances, lectures, and readings. The Royal Shakespeare Company, founded in the 20th century, became a beacon for the continued performance and exploration of his plays. The dedication to his work ensured that his stories remained alive, evolving with each new interpretation and performance. Shakespeare's works also found a home in cinema, with directors like Laurence Olivier, Kenneth Branagh, and Baz Luhrmann bringing his plays to the silver screen. Films adapted from his plays reached audiences around the world, introducing his characters and stories to new generations. The power of cinema allowed his words to take on new dimensions with stunning visuals and powerful performances amplifying their emotional depth. Even in the modern world, his influence persists. Expressions he penned over 400 years ago are part of everyday language. When someone speaks of wearing their heart on their sleeve or describes a task as a wild goose chase, they are echoing Shakespeare's voice. His ability to capture the human condition ensured that his words would forever be woven into the fabric of our lives. As you lie comfortably, breathing gently, imagine the quiet streets of Stratford-upon-Avon, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Picture the river, flowing peacefully, its surface shimmering with the last rays of the setting sun. The breeze carries the faint scent of blooming flowers, and the world slows to a tranquil hush. Let the image of a young William with eyes full of wonder and curiosity fill your mind. See him wandering the countryside, dreaming of the stories he would one day tell. His journey reminds us that creativity, passion, and perseverance can shape a legacy that outlives us all. Allow these thoughts to soothe you like the gentle turning of pages in an old book. The weight of history and the timeless beauty of Shakespeare's words settle around you, a comforting presence that whispers of endless possibilities. As sleep draws you deeper, know that you are connected to a rich lineage of dreamers, thinkers, and storytellers. The same stories that moved audiences in Shakespeare's time continue to resonate today, bridging the gap between past and present.